Okay, so now we have the recording as well. So it is my great pleasure to welcome all of you, and we are really grateful that you accepted to participate in this closing workshop of our research project. And we will really try to take as much time as it's needed to present our ideas and our questions, but at the same time we hope to stick with the time and with the schedule, and hopefully we will manage to balance well. I will start with a very short introduction to give a framework, although most of you have heard us or met with us or discussed with us related to this project. But I thought that before in the first panel, my two wonderful colleagues will present their works. It is just nice to have some kind of an introduction. So let me share the first few slides of my PowerPoint. Which is meant to give you a kind of an overall idea. So this is the cultural traumas in contemporary European small national cinemas research project, which was supported for 2 years by a grant of the Ministry of Research, Innovation and Digitization, respectively, the Romanian research agency called UFIS CDI in a Romanian shortened version. And these are us. We have a great blog of our project, which is kept secret, but hopefully we will manage to make it open now that our results are more visible. I've been the director of the project. My colleagues have been Boglárka Angéla Farkas as a PhD researcher and Mihály Lakatos as a PhD researcher, blog administrator. And for a year, we also had an MA researcher colleague, Abel Kovács. So it is this group, the weekly discussions and the meetings and the emails of whom have constituted, so to say, the texture of this project. The project had this twofold aim: to present a 21st century overview of a contemporary film history in European cinema, European small national cinema, and very specifically the case studies that you see written here. As you know, as in the case of all research projects, we managed some case studies have been covered more extensively, and some case studies just were covered very superficially. So Romanian, Hungarian, Danish, Swedish, Scottish, and Irish films were chosen. Our initial idea was to somehow follow the creative process of the creation of these films, making production interviews where it was possible, see the films as textual structures, and then pay attention to their reception process as well. But the great aim of the project has been to somehow reconceptualize narrative fiction film and argue that one of its main roles in the contemporary media landscape, which is data-driven, algorithmic-driven. It is curated by AI platforms in many respects. So we are arguing that narrative fiction film has the very important role to help us represent, process so-called collective traumas, and through this cultural processing process, narrative fiction films, due to their communal production and reception context, also have the possibility to help us transition in the so-called post-traumatic stages. So this has been the framework of this research, and of course the model of small national cinemas, which is a numeric model combined with a qualitative variable, that of having been dominated by non-nationals, And of course, these examples, these case studies that we've been working with have been theorized by us or by other colleagues in the field as small national cinemas based on the number of the population of the country, the territory of the country, the economic and consequently political and military power of the country, and of course this experience of having been part of empires, of colonial structures, or such transnational structures as, for example, the European Union. And the theory of the small national cinemas introduced by Mette Hjort primarily, and then by Mette Hjort and Duncan Petrie, emphasizes that compared to major national or global film production or television production entities, these small national industry contexts are characterized by unforeseen resources. It's hard to project long-term structures within these fields. Theater, television, film somehow interpenetrate each other. None of them is, so to say, a self-standing structure, because integrated film studios might not be present, and even if they are present, they are used for something else than the small national film industry, and this is going to be touched upon in the last sentence on this slide. Moreover, small national cultures and film industries, of course, if looked at from a distribution perspective, are again quite chaotic because of the small markets and the geographically dispersed markets. It is quite hard to envisage a small national production and distribution contexts as territories which are huge and which are well structured. Linguistic barriers don't help. Some small national cultures, of course, have very, very few native speakers, and bilingualism, trilingualism is often the case in such a production context. And a great way out of this multiply problematic situation is the co-production possibility involving multiple partners, which is also a form of production very much encouraged by the European Union funding structures. And I told you that even if there are integrated studios in the small national contexts, like the Korda studios or the Origo studios in Budapest, or the Mediapro former Buftea studios in Bucharest, or the Barrandov studios near Prague, these integrated studios are used for the global service industry. They are integrated into the global filmmaking context, preparing productions such as Poor Things or Dune or Blade Runner, but not catering for the small national so to say, filmmakers and creative processes. And it has been Dina Jordanova who coined the term parallel industries as a specificity of the small national production context, where the service industries catering for global productions and happening in the integrated studios are assisted, so to say, by domestic self-enclosed circles of filmmaking, where much less money, much less integration, much less systematic film production processes lead to lower budget films made by the small national, often art house or even independent communities. This positioning of the small national cultures, the small national countries, the small national film industries is a political economic reality, which is hard to deny given the numbers. But there is an interesting philosophical, epistemological gain to occupying such a position, and this gain is theorized by feminist standpoint theory, feminist epistemology, and it is Sandra Harding's Rethinking Standpoint Epistemology, What is Strong Objectivity from 2004, which wonderfully formulates the idea that whenever starting from the lives and data of marginalized positions in society, of marginalized structures in society and in our world, then we have a better understanding, a better possibility to arrive at determinate objective data, because this positioning enables those critical questions related to, in this case, film industry, but any other section of human culture and life and society that cannot be seen, cannot be asked from so-called dominant positions or related to dominant group lives. So I think that Sandra Harding's insight and feminist standpoint epistemology's insight that peripheral, marginalized, resource-deprived position offer us the possibility of asking critical questions has been an important enabling tool in our two-year research practices. A few words about how the idea of trauma has been introduced in our common discussions, what kind of literature, what kind of definitions have been using individually and as a group to arrive at the analysis that we will present to you later. Well, of course, psychological trauma definitions are absolutely important, although we are not psychologists and our aim was not psychological in any way, but as Van der Kolk and Van der Hart argue in the famous study included in Kathy Carruth's trauma volume, Paradigmatic Trauma volume, published in 1995. We also conceived of traumatic memories as related to such overwhelming experiences which could not be assimilated at the moment of their happening, could not be integrated with the existing mental schemes, and consequently could not be transformed into narrative language. This is hugely important because thanks to the visual, oral characteristics of film, other possibilities are offered to somehow re-assimilate these scraps of overwhelming experiences and somehow make them culturally processed and allow the possibility of their integration into narrative language. But as Kolk and Van der Hart argue, it is very important that you always need to return to that traumatizing memory in order to complete it. In a bit Freudian formulation, you could argue that a phobia for the traumatic memory emerges in the case of such experiences. Of course, being traumatized individually is very different from being traumatized as member of a collective or for a whole collective to be traumatized. And here it is Kai Erikson's definition that we've been using as a tool in our research, which defines traumatic events as a blow to the basic tissues of social life. And as a consequence, the bonds attaching people together are damaged, with the effect very slow, very insidious, but nevertheless evident and present. Of course, sharing traumatic experiences in the moment of trauma's occurrence and in the process of its cultural reworking, you need collective processes of cultural interpretation. And it is here that our work and our project gains some significance. As Jeffrey Alexander, another important figure and reference of ours, with his social theory of trauma, enters the scene. When he argues that usually we can agree in the case of collective and culturally processed traumas, something awful, it occurred, but it is very, very much open to questions, and it is very, very much open to different processes of signification. And Anne Rigney makes it more precise when asking the very concrete question which somehow founded our research: what are those media technologies, what are those cultural models, forms, which somehow help linking particular traumatizing experiences as stories to collective identities, and make them shareable, make them constituted, so to say. Another important, as you see, there are a lot of back and forth movements whenever speaking about the phenomenon and the experience of trauma, of processing trauma. And another element and another process of back and forth between different moments and points in time is that signaled by Joshua Hirsch in his monograph about Holocaust memory and film. When arguing that the nature of the event, it's happening, the initial impact of the victims is one context of understanding and constituting trauma, but the conditions of the work that reworks this traumatic happening gives another layer, another complex interpretational and production context, because it is generally the case that trauma processing films and trauma processing cultural productions happen after the latency time of the trauma has passed, so not in the moment of traumatic experience occurring. So one also needs to pay attention to these differences between the initial impact and the moment of the work's production. So the two major collective traumas that have emerged throughout our process. The first of them is, of course, the 1989-1991 dismantling of the Eastern Bloc. But when we started the research, we did not see that the 2020 coronavirus pandemic is not just a trauma in itself, a collective trauma in itself, but it is the very evident sign of a much larger, much more complexly structured collective trauma than a simple disease. And I'm saying it, of course, in an ironic way, because this pandemic was traumatic enough, but somehow it was this experience that made us understand that these two great events, the dismantling of the Berlin Wall and this coronavirus that we survived together, somehow link the older category of historical traumas to the newer category of Anthropocene traumas, so to say. It is very important that we imagined these small national cinemas situated on the western and on the eastern part of the Iron Curtain as being equal, as being absolutely valid from the perspective of all the collective traumas considered. So, of course, we deeply think that looking at a Scottish film like Trainspotting from the perspective of the dismantling of the Berlin Wall is an absolutely valid question, because the Berlin Wall's dismantling is not important only for the Eastern Europeans, but it meant a collective shaking, a collective dismantling of the society texture for Western European identity as well. And as for the dismantling of the Eastern Bloc, we have several quotations on this slide, which show that, of course, communism's collapse or the collapse of the Eastern Bloc has been traumatic. Of course, it has been differentially traumatic for different social groups, for different regions. Piotr Stompka speaks about it having been a trauma of victory. So not only losers, not only the defeated ones can be traumatized, but also those who gain victory. what is very important that in the case of the dismantling of the Eastern Bloc, argued Stomka in 2005, the traumatic sequence was not completed. And I think, and you'll see in the presentation of my colleagues, we still think that it's not completed. And from this perspective, it's a laboratory for studying the theory of cultural trauma, argues Stomka. But as Anna Menhirt formulates in her important study, referring to the so-called frozen currents or the unprocessed collective traumas in cultural memory, the dismantling of the Berlin Wall, of the Eastern Bloc, is such an unprocessed collective trauma, and it has a long-lasting impact on individuals and societies. And Menhirt argues that Eastern and Central Europe, if we want to give it a specificity from the perspective of cultural trauma theory, this is the parallel presence of numerous collective traumas, none of which has been closed, none of which has been processed to a satisfying degree, but these are overlaid, these are frozen, as Menhirt argues. Therefore, they are very frequently politicized, appropriated by the regional actors. As I said, the coronavirus pandemic, although it seemed like a singular event, as you see, it's been practically just one outbreak of various diseases caused by pathogens. Since the 1970s, you've seen all these outbreaks, and even coronavirus-induced outbreaks this has been the third one in 2022. Practically, we can say that in the last 50 years, outbreaks caused by pathogens coming from the animal world, from the natural world, and not from human bodies, is rather the rule than the exception. This somehow helped us understand that of course, SARS-induced pandemic has been a great collective trauma in itself. As you see, Andrew Price Smith gives us very concrete elements as to how it can be conceived of as traumatic. He's speaking about the first two outbreaks, SARS-1 and MERS. He speaks about the fear, he speaks of the psychological trauma such an outbreak generated, how international trade, how migration has been impeded, and how economic damage has been caused by this trauma. But if you look at all these outbreaks throughout the last 50 years, including the coronavirus pandemic, it is really hard not to see it as a very clear, very valid sign of the so-called Anthropocene era, which has been rejected quite recently by the geological profession as a new era in the Earth's geological life, so to say. But we still think that the Anthropocene concept is terribly fruitful, and more real-world processes happen that unfortunately prove its importance and its existence. And you see here the definition of climate historian Wolfgang Behringer, who draws our attention to industrialization and its effect on climate and the whole Earth system. And this is what basically the Anthropocene is defined from a climate theory and geography perspective. But Ziva Woodbury goes a step further in her 2019 a psychological study when she argues, based on empirical research data, that climate crisis is not just a crisis related to some imagined era in cultural and environmental terms, but it needs to be conceived of as a new order of trauma itself. This is somehow the end point of our argumentation, that all these uncompleted traumatic sequences in an Eastern European, in a small national context, that constitute frozen currents for those involved, somehow impeding their processing those traumas and impeding their going further, converges in the concept of the Anthropocene, and all the large-scale processing in the recent decades need to be retrospectively repositioned and seen that the 2010s, the 2000s, the 1990s, 1980s, 1970s have contained the seeds of our deregulated, perturbed, and environmentally challenged world. One of the greatest insights of our project, and I think my colleagues will agree with me, is that narrative fiction films and narrative documentary films and narrative animation films have paid very close attention to these uncompleted traumatic sequences. Perhaps it was us who were not paying enough attention, but artists working with the filmic narration and the filmic medium have been absolutely aware that all these traumatic sequences are uncompleted, are overlaid, and somehow enforce each other's effect, leading to our understanding of the Anthropocene, so to say. So basically, I think this was the context that I wanted to sketch, and I'm aware that some of you have already heard, and or perhaps all of you. But I think it's important that in a final workshop, this kind of framework be created. And then my two colleagues will follow, and both of them have chosen that topic and that material, which they think best represents at this stage the work that we've been doing together in our project. So from now on, I will step a bit back, and I will give the floor to Boglárka Farkas and then to Mihály Lakatos, and then we'll open the floor for discussion.
Yeah, thank you, Andrea. Can you hear me? Can you see my presentation? Perfect.
Yes, all is well.
Yeah, okay. So in this presentation, my main aim is to create a fruitful synergy between some of my past case studies that were realized in the context of a research project, hence summarizing the central ideas and results that drove me forward during these last 2 years. As the title of my presentation indicates, 3 types of trauma will be addressed today, or as I like to call them, losses of different ranges. To quickly illustrate this, I brought a very simple diagram that I made, which shows what I understand by range. Whereas personal trauma denotes the individual, cultural trauma affects members of a collectivity, as Jeffrey C. Alexander affirmed, and climate trauma affects the entire human race, as Zero Woodbury put it, while arguing for a new taxonomy of trauma, as Andrea said.
Bogi, excuse me, can you just make the PowerPoint go forward?
Oh, it's still the first slide.
Yes, yes.
Oh, okay, maybe I will.
Okay, now it's fine.
Maybe I will go like this, because this happened to me before. Okay, thank you. Yeah. Okay. So although initially I intended to focus solely on the cinematic articulations of cultural trauma, the films that I researched, the interviews we conducted with the directors, and the literature firmly reshaped my perspectives. Because all these close-read films coming from contemporary European small national cinemas are involved in multi-layered trauma representations, combining losses of different ranges. What interests me here is not merely the representation of different types of trauma, but the way these layers are embedded into each other. So without further ado, let's delve into these films through the lenses of trauma, starting with Hungarian Larry, the feature debut of Szilárd Bernát, who will also join us later today to discuss his film and his creative methods in detail. The story follows a young adult called Adam, who works as a shepherd in a small village that belongs to Borsod-Abaúj-Zemplén County, one of the poorest regions in Hungary. Adam struggles with heavy stuttering, but this condition does not keep him from writing a rap song called East of Eden, in which he recalls his childhood traumas, his abusive father, and her mother who committed suicide. Thanks to his song, Adam befriends a local Roma rapper, and together they enter the song in a national competition. Henceforth, the story will concentrate on the possibility of social mobility and the coming-of-age type of character development of Adam, aka Larry, who has to combat his stuttering in order to perform the song live in Budapest. Regarding Adam's personal trauma, which concerns mostly the traumatic past and the precarious present with an abusive father, it is important to note that we are first informed by the father's violent acts through the son's rap song. Thus, rap itself becomes a form of music therapy in the film. Acting responsibly towards the remarks of Sutton and De Backer on music therapy, Adam constantly repeats his lines, creating a tension in the repetition that is in itself a compulsion to heal. Furthermore, the rap song empowers Adam to create a narrative which, quoting the authors on the slide, enables the traumatized subject to recount the experience that at first resisted all language. In the film, this resistance to language is represented by a very strong, unmistakable motive, that of stuttering. Peter Levine argues that trauma gets locked in the body, and traumatic stuttering serves here as a direct and solid narrative device that can denote trauma and its corporeal confinement. By starting to articulate this trauma, Adam's wounds come to the surface also in a physical sense. I don't know if you can see this on the picture, that there's a big wound on the head. So by starting to articulate this trauma, Adam's wounds, so his new haircut draws attention to the abuse of the father, while the failures and successes of verbalizing trauma become tangible through the presence or the lack of stuttering. So in this equation, the moments of flowing speech point to the moments of healing. And moving to a broader level of trauma, Larry also explores the cultural trauma of Borsod-Abaúj-Zemplén County. Once again, Adam's rap lyrics come in handy when one searches for the traces of this collective trauma. He talks about a contaminated environment, about being neurotic, and about the faceless perpetrator. But what exactly he's referring to? So in socialist era Hungary, the county of Borsod-Abaúj-Zemplén was called the Ruhr region of the Sajó Valley due to the strong industrialization of the region that started in the 50s, mainly concerning metallurgy, mining, and engineering. Although the decline of the industry region already started in the mid-80s, the most drastic changes in the region were caused by the collapse of the Soviet Union and the advent of the market economy. The factories that were built up during the socialist era ceased to exist in the new capitalist era, and everything that has been produced in the region suddenly became invaluable. Therefore, by the early 90s, the region was subjected to serious economic crisis, and as a consequence, many people lost their previously stable jobs. The country became much more peripheral than ever before, and the population entered a vicious cycle marked by unemployment, poverty, addiction, and general distrust towards public institutions. The neglected spaces of the film, which are stuck in the past, the side story of the bankrupt factory that refuses to give its workers severance pay, and the tension between the countryside, so the periphery, and Budapest, and the center, are all crucial elements in terms of cultural trauma representation. Apart from Jeffrey C. Alexander's general definition of cultural trauma, which you can read on this slide, what I'd like to highlight now from his work in connection to Larry is that he also argues that cultural trauma is not something naturally existing. It is something constructed by society. In this context, carrier groups have a fundamental role as they are actively present in trauma processing and meaning-making in the public sphere. Translating Alexander's argument, we may well find that the rappers of Porsche Boys Zemplin-Conti are functioning as a carrier group, representing the collective traumas of a marginalized class. Thus, in Larry, personal and cultural traumas are most visibly interwoven through rap music. As a comparison, I might add that rap music's role is quite similar to that of analog photography and Hungarian postmortem and natural light in terms of mediated cultural traumas, as argued by Andrea Virvinas in her recent publication. So turning back to Larry here, Adam's rap song acts in a double capacity. It functions as a therapeutic tool that aims to process family abuse, enabling Adam to leave behind the victim state and embrace the survivor state, and it positions him as the member of a carrier group that articulates the region's cultural trauma. Moving to the Swedish science fiction film, Aniara, here we can identify 3 layers of trauma. The story presents a spaceship called Aniara leaving planet Earth since it became uninhabitable for humans. The spaceship is expected to arrive at Mars, where humanity's new colony is located, but to avoid a collision with space debris, Aniara changes its initial route and loses its fuel. From here on, the spaceship flows aimlessly, and although the majority of the passengers want to believe that there's a chance to come home or to Mars, in reality, there's no way to turn back. As the premise of the film suggests, Aniara clearly addresses climate trauma. This rather new area of trauma studies argues that the consequences of climate change may lead to traumatic experiences that can affect the human species as a whole and not only members of a well-defined collectivity. Differentiating the term further from cultural trauma, Ziva Woodbury notes that with climate trauma, there is no past tense, and it is altering our anticipation and conception of our and all life's future prospects. First and foremost, to suffer from climate trauma is to experience tangible, disruptive changes in one's environment, but it may also appear as a less visible, more abstract phenomenon in the form of pre-traumatic stress disorder, as Anne Kaplan argues in her eye-opening monograph. Analyzing films, especially dystopias, that delve into future, nevertheless possible climate catastrophes, Kaplan says that in pre-trauma fictions, we witness what must be stopped from happening in the first place. In this context, Aniara may be also considered a pre-trauma fiction, an eco-critical science fiction that aims to raise awareness in our climate age. From the perspective of my inquiry, it is particularly interesting that Aniara's diegetic word tries to offer a remedy for climate trauma in the form of Mima, a recreational AI service that displays calming, evocative images of nature, personalized for each user. The film's main protagonist, the Mima Robe, is a woman who is responsible for the functioning of the Mima. But after the spaceship tragic mishap, the demand for the Mima increases so intensely that the Mima Robe cannot maintain its functioning under control. Ultimately, polluted by the passenger's memory of a destroyed nature, the Mima commits an act of self-destruction. Here you can see a portion of Mima's final monologue. Of course, the explanation, the exploitation of the Mima rhymes with the exploitation of nature, defining humans as both perpetrators and victims of these traumas. However, these traumas, once again, are losses of different ranges. While the devastated Earth is obviously connected to climate trauma, the self-destruction of the Mima is a collective loss that affects merely the passengers of Aniara. Hence, it may be also conceived as an alternative cultural trauma where perpetrators and victims are the same. It is one of the most important axioms of cultural trauma theory that its presence may be validated by the trauma's powerful and harmful impact on collective identity. Ultimately, trauma itself is undeniably an important part, and sometimes the most important part of this collective identity. Aniara shows unambiguously the transformation of collective identity after the loss of Mima by introducing a fertility cult that is dedicated to it. More or less, the passengers will be divided into two groups, those who commit suicide and those who try to survive by finding solace in the tribal pagan community. This setting gains special importance for the protagonist, who is in a same-sex relationship with Isagel, and thanks to the fertility cult, they can start a family. But eventually, as the years pass by and the despair grows, Isagel decides to give up the aimless fight. She commits suicide and takes the couple's baby with her too. Thus, finally, we arrive at our protagonist's personal trauma, the loss of her family. Regarding these traumas of different ranges, Aniara seems to have developed an interesting pattern. Despite thematizing existential dread, the film follows a generally optimistic, emotionally stable protagonist who overcomes climate and even cultural trauma, but who is ultimately crushed by personal trauma. So Aniara suggests through its main character, quite logically and convincingly, that the narrower the trauma's range, the harder it is to process it. And at last, I'd like to dedicate the remainder of my time to White Plastic Sky, a Hungarian-Slovakian science fiction animation film, which is quite similar to Aniara in terms of genre and multi-layered trauma representation. The post-apocalyptic story follows a couple, Nora and Stefan, who live in Budapest, the Hungarian capital that was put under a huge glass dome following the Earth's environmental catastrophe. In this world, soil is lifeless, there is no flora and fauna. To ensure survival, the microstate of Budapest operates a cruel self-sacrificing system. Once the inhabitants turn 50, a seed is planted inside them and they are slowly transformed into human tree hybrids, their jellified leaves providing nutrition for younger generations. Despite being in her early 30s, Nora, driven by the unbearable pain of having lost a child, decides to voluntarily undergo the implantation procedure. Her psychiatrist husband, Stefan, on the other hand, is doing everything he can to save her from transformation. Based on the initial plot of White Plastic Sky, we may already observe that all types of traumas that were previously discussed are also present in this film. The complete devastation of the environment denotes climate trauma, which radically affects every human character's life in the narrative, whether they live in Budapest or elsewhere. At the same time, the main couple, their individual well-being and their relationship are shaken by personal trauma, the loss of their son. Here, I'd like to highlight the way White Plastic Sky interlinks these losses of different ranges. So during our research interview with the directors, screenwriters of the film, Charlotte Szabó stated the following: "We felt that the couple's loss and the loss of the world were actually connected. They were metaphors of each other. This aspect hasn't been addressed until now in this presentation, but it is no small test to represent trauma, the absence of something, in a cinematic format without displaying the traumatic event explicitly through flashbacks, for instance. Larry, Aniara, and White Plastic Sky are all linear narratives, and we had the chance to interview the directors of these films, who indeed articulated this challenge. For the directors of White Plastic Sky, the representation of the traumatic past was facilitated through specific objects. In this context, the mise-en-scène is carefully crafted to expose the kids' toys in the couple's minimalistic home. I don't know if you can see this, but this is a stuffed animal here, a kangaroo. And so the appearance of stuffed animals holds other connotations as well, signifying not only the absence of the child, but the absence of animals in this world, once again connecting two different layers of trauma. Furthermore, the marbles become the signifiers of the child. Thus, it's not surprising that Stefan carries a marble around throughout the whole journey. The marble even reappears in the last scene of the film, contradicting the anthropocentrism of human survival narratives. The couple decides to become human tree hybrids, walking naked into a lake, only taking the marble with them. Their choice to settle down below the Tatra Mountains also highlights their intention to stay away from Budapest, where essentially an ageist genocide is conducted against inhabitants. Thus, I'd argue that white plastic sky delves into cultural trauma as well by creating this cruel microstate in which self-sacrifice is mandatory. Relying on what I already mentioned regarding cultural trauma theory, I'd emphasize once more how important for cultural trauma to be constructed is the impact on group consciousness and collective identity. The inhabitants of Budapest represent a collectivity which radically transforms due to this ongoing trauma. To illustrate this with some brief examples, one may think about the first scene of the film. Here, a woman shouts at pedestrians with a megaphone, urging them to start their families at a very young age. Subsequently, family structures and generational gaps in this collectivity are completely different compared to our present reality. Life has to be lived faster, essentially. No wonder we see a nightclub named Club 49, referring to the 50-year-old age threshold of this system. And most importantly, the set design in this club holds major importance, as the naked mannequins resemble the human bodies of the plantation where human tree hybrids are made. Without much obtrusion, it seems like White Plastic Sky alludes to the horrific images of the Holocaust, arguably the most globally known cultural trauma of our time. So, arriving at my conclusion, I point out one more idea from our research interview with the directors of White Plastic Sky. When talking about multi-layered traumas, Tibor Bánocký said, we also felt that this is what the future is going to be about how can we deal with these traumas of different amplitudes. Of course, I deeply agree with the statement. I essentially built my whole argumentation around this idea today. So looking at contemporary European small national filmmaking through this perspective, one may realize that these losses of different ranges are strongly present, although they may be explored to various extents. Intimate layers of trauma are intertwined within broader losses, local or national ones, ultimately addressing global scale losses, most alarmingly, the possibility of losing the biosphere that can sustain all kinds of life. Regardless of the range of trauma, the narrativization of traumatic events is a crucial step toward trauma processing, and I firmly believe that by taking into account cinematic representations, we may understand our much needed paths to healing better. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Bogi, so much. So this is one possible path to understand all those processes I was trying to introduce. And another one is that followed by our colleague Mihály Lakatos. So please.
Okay, can you see the presentation?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Thank you so much, Andrea, for your introduction. Most of you, I think, heard parts from my presentation, and some of you even corrected or reviewed my article of writing on one of the topics. So thank you so much, Denisa, and I hope that you won't get bored so much. Okay, so in my presentation, I would like to summarize the three main concepts that I explored over the duration of our research project. As the presentation will hopefully demonstrate, these themes are interrelated as the social, political, economic, and cultural conditions that arose after the change of regime in Romania are particularly pertinent to each of them. Simultaneously, it is essential to briefly examine the pre-regime change situation for each theme. This examination is crucial because, as will hopefully become evident, the present situation in Romania cannot be fully understood without considering its historical context. In Romania, as in every Eastern European country, the democratization process coincided with the shift to market capitalism. The transition was harsh, fostering what Cornel Bond termed the disembedded neoliberalism, lacking a protective welfare state and leading to upward wealth redistribution. So alongside the positive outcomes of the democratic transition, there were also negative consequences which had a traumatic impact both on the individual and on the collective level. Okay, this leads us to the first topic, namely the ongoing traumatizing crisis caused by the unequal power relations. To examine this, I chose a region in which are pathologically encoded the devastating and chaotic socio-political and socio-economical processes that followed the regime change. And this region is the Jiu Valley. The Jiu Valley is a crucial economic hub in southern Western Transylvania, thrived on coal mining since the late 19th century, symbolizing Romania's industrial strength. However, economic shift and environmental concerns led to the decline of the coal industry after the fall of Ceausescu's regime. By 2016, the workforce plummeted to fewer than 7,000 miners, with unemployment rates reaching 30% and emigration becoming prevalent. Recent reports indicate little improvement, with only around 2,000 workers remaining in the mining sector. The socio-economical processes that followed the regime change are deeply encoded in Jiu Valley's landscape, the landscape of a region where almost every form of trauma dwells. At the individual level, there is personal existential trauma caused by the precarious and uncertain economic circumstances and the disintegration of social relationships, mainly the disintegration of families because of emigration. The abrupt ending of the safe and caring state, the working class identity crisis caused by the fall of the communist regime, and the dismantling and the privatization of the state apparatus can be interpreted as a severe collective trauma. And in the light of current global processes and the related discourses, perhaps we can also add here the psychological distress caused on a collective level by the recognition of that the careless exploitation of nature has made the region unlivable. We should not define this phenomenon as a form of climate trauma, as Ziva Woodbury argues that this newly emerged trauma cannot be linked to a specific place, but is present everywhere where carbon-based living is possible, making it an ever-present collective existential threat. However, in my view, it can be analyzed as a form of collective trauma caused by environmental destruction. The aggregation of this diverse and manifold cumulative set of traumas into a well-defined geographical region leads to Maria Tumarkin's concept of trauma space. Tumarkin defines the trauma space as a psycho space defined by the tragic events that occurred there and their consequences. Uncanny and eerie places where the obvious and the hidden, the past and the present, the psycho and the metapsycho coexist, sharing the same common space. Tumarkin's concept encapsulates the psychogeography and the emotional and psychological landscape of a region marked by profound suffering and transformation, both of physical and virtual peripheral space charged with helpless despair. So perhaps it is to be expected and ever this denouement answer when a periphery of this kind meets the center. In post-revolutionary Romania, this tipping point was the mineriads. The mineriads were a series of protests and often violent altercations by Jiu Valley miners in Bucharest during the 1990s, particularly in 1919 and 1991. During the 1990s, the Jiu Valley miners played a visible role in Romanian politics. The newfound political elite used and abused the miners to suppress opposition movements and legitimize its own political interests, and at the same time created an unbridgeable fault line between the intellectual elite and the Jiu Valley miners. And this proved particularly tragic in that the intellectual elite might have been the only social group that could have understood the miners' hopeless and traumatized situation. The circle has been completely closed. The peripheralized have been pushed even further to the periphery. All communication with the center has been cut off, and the strong social stigma has been imposed on them. Jeffrey C. Alexander points out that at the societal level, societies can go through significant disruptions without necessarily causing trauma. These challenges are significant and fundamental, but do not always result in traumatic experiences for members of the affected groups or for a society as a whole. For trauma to manifest within a community, social crises must be transformed into cultural crises. The actual events and their perception and their representation differ. Trauma does not merely result from a collective's encounter with distress, but arises when this intense discomfort becomes embedded in the core of the group's identity. Collective entities consciously interpret social pain in a way that fundamentally compromises their image of their origins, identity, and aspirations. Lucian Pintillia's Too Late from 1996 presents a cinematic portrayal of the collective trauma experienced by the Giovanni miners, contextualized within the broader social context of Romania's political transition. Through protagonist Dumitru Costa, a prosecutor investigating minor deaths, the film unveils the harsh realities of new Romania, where profit supersedes human life and corruption thrives. Pintillia criticized the lingering communist mentality and societal dysfunction, using symbolic imagery to emphasize societal fragility. Okay. Like one of the most powerful scenes of the movie, which depicts a group of miners who are examined and separated in two groups before showering in front of government officials. The mise-en-scène, the fragileness of the tormented naked bodies, the vulnerability, the humiliation, and the dehumanization resulting from the power inequality easily evokes images of the Holocaust. In this way, Pintillia clearly represents the miners in the position of victims who are destroyed by political, economic, and social processes. Despite criticism for its bleakness, the film offers a poignant reflection on the traumatic aftermath of the totalitarianism and societal division in post-communist Romania. Okay. This brings us to the second theme that I have been exploring, the cultural invisible trauma, or the inability to articulate collective trauma on a cultural level. Like the miners from the Giovanni, the Romanian Roma community were among the losers of the regime change. The collapse of the socialist state disproportionately affected the Roma community, leading to job loss of social programs, and declining access to healthcare and education. Legislative changes further exacerbated inequalities, particularly in rural areas, while urban segregation intensified due to denied access to public utilities. This has perpetuated a cycle of poverty, unemployment, and discrimination against the Roma, with negative stereotypes reinforcing systematic marginalization. Despite government and NGO initiatives, progress has been slow, compounded by political incitement against the Roma by nationalist populist groups. The ongoing marginalization resulting from post-fascist mechanisms continues to uphold a complex web of traumas, spanning personal, cultural, and integrational traumas that has seemingly marked the experience of the Roma minority since the beginning of the modernity. So therefore, the question is raised, how a marginalized community denied access to basic institutions of the state will be able to create a cultural narrative that can begin to unreveal trauma? The short answer is, until today, they wasn't able to create a legitimate self-identified narrative. They always had to rely on the representations created by the majority. Now let's look at how these representations have evolved before and after the regime change. During the communist period, the representation of Romani people almost completely disappeared under Decianism, which sought to culturally standardize people's identity. The direct assumption of identity disappears and is replaced by illusions. For example, because of his olive skin tone, the actor John Constantine often plays profoundly Oriental roles. For example, the character of Parkhangel in Haydúch or Ismail, a Turkish chef mariner in Toate Prunzellesus. All are reduced to a certain pattern of ethnicity. These characters each time are presented sluggardly and powerless compared to the main characters, never strong or assertive. The first Romanian film movement with global reach, the Romanian New Wave, did not score high in the representation of minorities. There are some examples for movies that feature minority characters like Cristian Mungiu's Graduation or Florin Șerban's If I Want to Whistle, Whistle. But these characters are minor characters whose identity is not emphasized as such. And here I have to make a small digression because there was a miniseries that turned out to be pathological. The miniseries titled The Romanians Are Coming, produced by Channel 4 in the UK, sheds light on the challenges faced by Romanian migrants seeking a new life in Britain, particularly highlighting language barriers and struggles to find work. However, the show sparked controversy in Romania, as many of the featured individuals were Roma, leading to outrage and accusations of perpetuating stereotypes. The incident exposed the deep state systematic racism in Romanian society, drawing a distinction between Romanians and Romanian Roma and perpetuating notions of superiority and exclusion. First fictional feature film dealing with the Roma minority in Romania is unusual in that it is both a comprehensive socio-historical analysis and a departure from the formal characteristics of the Romanian New Wave. Radu Jude's Aferim is basically an epic widescreen western which relentlessly points out the historical embeddedness of racism toward the Roma community in Romanian society. Jude tracks back the contemporary racist attitudes towards the Roma to the early 19th century and to the institution of slavery. The film follows Constable Constantin and his son Ionita's journey to find the runaway Roma slave Carfin, hired to do so by Boyar Iordache. Unveiling the reasons behind Carfin's escape, the film delves into social hierarchy, interethnic relations, and everyday life in 1935 Wallachia. Constantine, a mature figure, imparts life wisdom to his son, creating a journey through physical space and the realms of memory and culture. Despite Constantine's seemingly empathetic actions towards slaves, his verbal and psychical brutality reveal a deceptive character who breaks the law and perpetuates injustice. Aferim vividly portrays poverty, abuse, intentional lawbreaking, discrimination, and injustice, emphasizing the historical and structural nature of Roma discrimination in a society characterized by oppressive hierarchies. Perhaps the most brutal scene in the movie is the castration of Carfin. Unlike in the archetypical rebel slave story of Kunta Kinte, Carfin is not given the right to choose between losing his legs or his testicles. Jude's movie is a kind of symbolic historical justice and a strong criticism toward the position of victimhood that can serve as an excellent basis for emancipatory discourses regarding the Romanian Roma community. Okay. And as observed in the preceding two themes, there is a delay in cultural articulation of collective traumas evident within Romanian society across various political regimes. Similarly, in the context of the third theme that I examined, we also encounter delayed cultural articulation. However, a notable distinction lies in the fact that this articulation unfolds on a global scale with a significant delay, and it potentially carries irreversible implications for humanity. In recent years, especially since April 2016, when the Anthropocene Working Group proposed a new geological epoch distinct from the Holocene, many artworks appeared that somehow address one of the most crucial and urgent contemporary issue, namely the climate change and its devastating and terminal effects. As Diva Woodbury argues, the climate crisis rendered a completely new kind of trauma, or trauma that not just overrides but continually triggers all or unresolved trauma, personal, cultural, integrational traumas. The climate trauma challenges the very idea of a shared future in a way that fundamentally indicts our present identity as a species. Moreover, it cannot be linked to a specific place, as in the case of personal and cultural trauma, but is present everywhere where carbon-based living is possible, making it an ever-present collective existential threat. Woodbury also argues that based on documented and scrutinized examples of overcoming cultural trauma, the internalization of trauma can lead to a more self-aware and empathetic outlook that endangers personal responsibility and leads to more responsive social movements that have the power to change the social structures. Now, speaking about the music videos, Diane Rayton and Paul Watson argues that it is more appropriate to define the genre of music video as an independent cultural product easily accessible to the masses than as a simple promotional tool, since they have such a wide range of cultural and visual encodings that they extend the context of interpretation of a musical composition. As in the case of movies made in the context of small national cinemas, music videos can provide a unique window to other cultures, particularly where the output of a nation or a region is high. This also implies that the current social, political, or ecological problems of the narrow geographical region are much more articulated than the global issues. Furthermore, in these cases, like in the case of the climate crisis, the focus is on problems that can be interpreted as the local offshoot of a complex problem with global validity. Okay. The first example is North Attics in Clark, Montana. The historic Croatia Montana area, known for its mineral wealth, faced a threat when Canadian company proposed building Europe's largest gold mine there in 2013, sparking a massive campaign against it. Organizations ranging from Greenpeace to the Romanian Academy joined forces, leading to nationwide protests and ultimately the rejection of the project by the Chamber of Deputies. Designated a historic site of national importance, industrial activity in the area is now prohibited. These protests, noted by Tina Olteanu and Szezake Beyer, marked a significant civic awakening in Romania, particularly among the post-revolution generation. North Attic's music video creatively criticized the mining project, juxtaposing Bucharest's socialist architecture with Roșia Montana's natural beauty, symbolizing an opposition to state power and global capitalism. True to elements of hip-hop culture, graffiti, for example, like graffiti, the video taps into a broader global tradition of social resistance, highlighting regional issues. Okay. The next examples come from the band. Sorry. Next example comes from the band Coma, emerging. It's a metal band emerging from Romania's post-regime change era. Their music video "Cel mai frumos loc pe pământ," which translates as "the most beautiful place on earth," addresses Romania's ecological crisis of deforestation. Collaborating with Greenpeace, they released an acoustic version of the song, incorporating recordings from Mușețica Virgin Forest. The accompanying video, shot in the same forest, juxtaposes band performance with footage of landscape and caption highlighting deforestation. Through this integration of natural sounds and forest imagery, song's lyrics, originally abstract, Jain localized, significance amplifying the message of environmental conservation. Okay. And as a conclusion, I can state that the exploration of these traumas reveals a complex interplay between historical legacies and contemporary challenges. Across various themes, we observe a delayed cultural articulation of collective traumas within Romanian society spanning political regimes. The case studies from the Jiu Valley miners to the Roma community and the ecological crises underscore the significance of culturally articulating these traumas. Through mediums like film and music videos, these traumas are brought to light, serving as a platform for social critique and advocacy. Additionally, the emergence of climate trauma as a global concern further emphasizes the urgency of addressing collective traumas and their cultural implications. These narratives not only shape our understanding of the past, but also inform our collective responses to the present challenges, highlighting the transformative potential of cultural articulation in fostering social changes. In addition, these explorations underscore the importance of forging a cohesive shared narrative that acknowledges and addresses collective traumas, an unified narrative informed by diverse perspectives and experiences that can serve as a catalyst for healing, reconciliation, and social transformation. By fostering empathy, understanding, and solidarity, such a narrative can empower communities to confront systematic injustices, advocate for change, and envision a more equitable and sustainable future. Therefore, the cultural articulation of collective traumas not only eliminates past injustices, but also lays the foundation for a more inclusive and resilient society grounded in shared values and aspirations. And thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you. Yes, we are a bit delayed with our time, but I think I can sacrifice my presentation for the sake of having the input of those we invited as discussants. So if any of our esteemed colleagues feels like addressing the things we've been saying, I think we can go forward with that.
Sorry, Vera, we can't hear you. Your microphone is turned off.
Yeah, sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes, fine.
Okay. Just a quick note to break the awkward silence.
Thank you.
I just realized I heard parts of Mishka's presentation at Bucharest, and we talked about the minor taxonomies, but I just realized that Larry and those minor movies could very well be I don't know, can be studied in a comprehensive frame as well. And my question is just, did you guys think about it or planning to do that? Because that's pretty similar in terms of social context and sometimes both visual transformation.
Mm-hmm. Well, you know, Vera, this is an insight that I just got now that you formulated it. And I think it's quite important because I've been contacted by colleagues from Poland who are working on carbon regions or post-carbon regions, so to say, so post-mining regions, to put it very simply. And they are working in the Silesian part of Poland. And they are thinking about doing a comparative analysis of these various post-carbon and post-mining regions. But their idea was rather an anthropological or empirical study. But what you say is that basically the filmic and the cultural articulation of this post-carbon or this post-mining situation seems to be in a way similar.
Absolutely, and I originally planned to add to Bogi's presentation that I think it's very interesting how Larry sort of utilizes and rewrites and revisions genres and images from both the region and you know, in terms of genre. I just thought about. I think we also talked about Tamás Almás's documentary series, and I think the last 2 or 3 parts of that series is in some ways more close to fiction than to documentary. And Larry, for me, just seems to really just reuse and rewrite these sometimes very stereotypical images, both of the region and of the social class, to say at least. But when Miška told these or said these examples about the miners, I just sort of connected these 2 things in my head. So that was my first very quick note. It was amazing, by the way. Thank you, and thank you for inviting me.
Thank you. And I think an important aspect is one idea that mentioned by Miška, that in a way miners and mining regions become like synecdoches for the working class.
Yes, absolutely. And those sort of thrown away people who are being abandoned during and after the transition period.
Yes, and now, you know, they have been abandoned then because of economic or industrial reasons. And now when we are trying to transition as a culture into this post-carbon era, they are again left behind, of course, as cultural signs because of environmental protection reasons. So
Yes,
they cannot win.
Totally.
I'm being a bit ironic
all
here.
kinds of ideological and social and economic systems. Yes, it's very interesting.
And also the thing that Bogi mentioned, that it's quite hard to represent trauma cinematically because it's about something that's missing. And in that respect, mining regions can be quite spectacular, you know, in the way they are not usual for us. So they are very far. They are closed from our everyday middle class, nice lives compared to working in a mine, for example.
Yes, and there is a danger of exotizing them.
Absolutely, which I've been doing. Yeah.
Which sort of you know, being intact with this whole post-socialist / and or post-colonialist state.
Yeah.
We've been since the 90s. It's sort of a form of racism, even in terms of socio-economical frame. Obviously not classic racism, but
well, a form of structural racism, basically.
Yes, absolutely. I have another question, just that came into my mind. So I've noticed that you used the term in your presentation under outbreak, and I think that's a very, very metaphorical term, because when we talk about recent negotiations and social contracts on collective memory and dealing with collective trauma, it's obvious that we are dealing with the deficit of democratic institutions and the spread of populism, which is a virus in itself. And I was just I just wanted to ask, since we've been talking about race, that did you implemented these Eastern Europeanness or this structural racism towards either Eastern Europeans or, for example, towards the Irish on the British Islands to your research, and how you or did you kept it in count as a part of a cultural trauma or collective trauma?
I think that's a great question. And I personally, I don't know if my colleagues, I personally haven't been thinking about it systematically, but it's everywhere. In all the Irish examples we've been working with, the structural racism, which is denoted in the films usually by the dialect. So it is the dialect that the Irish characters are speaking that somehow triggers structurally racist dialogue or structurally racist reaction from the part of the majority, so to say. But it's there. And it's there in the Scottish examples as well. So in a way, structural racism is absolutely everywhere. And in these films, and it's logical, being small national cultures, it is somehow always denoted and related to linguistic tools, which makes me again think of Larry, which has a very interesting intervention into linguistically coded structural racism, so to say.
Yeah, absolutely. Or how every Eastern European character has a Russian accent in Western movies.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. But thank you. I think this thinking about structural racism in this majority-minority context and in this in such small national context like the Irish, where you wouldn't, superficially think. I think that's a great idea. That's another research project.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, just as goes with comments, the commenter usually comments what's on their mind recently. So what has been obviously something I've been occupied for the last couple of months and years. So, but I mean, it could be attached, obviously.
Okay,
Thank you. Thank you.
We've got a long comment. Thank you so much from Maria Siksai. And she also addressed the question to our two presenters, and I will just read it, okay, and have a quick answer to that. And then perhaps we can take a 5-minute break and then go on with the next session, so to say. So Maria's question is, how much do you believe that these short films can be seen as trauma treating narratives? And are they successful steps towards socio-cultural changes that address these traumas? So I think her interest is in, and her question refers to climate trauma processing, and what is your insight into the success of these films that you've been working with?
Is it okay if I
Yes, please.
go first? Yeah. Thank you, Maria. And also, I think she had a very important remark on cultural versus collective trauma. It is something. Well, I'm battling myself with cultural trauma is in the sense that it is important to note that in my presentation, there were two science fiction films in which there are fictional societies, and I do think that in those fictional societies, for instance, in White Plastic Sky, this trauma, this genocide it goes from generation to generation, so that in that fictional society, it is formulated as a cultural trauma, and it can be seen on the way the everyday life is completely transformed due to this terrible genocide essentially. But I do think that it is a very important remark, and we have to be very cautious with the terms, and I'm really grateful for this. And regarding climate trauma, I do think I asked myself, for instance, from the director of Aniara, and she said that, well, I have to believe that we are doing something important, otherwise I'm going mad. And well, I do think that now, even in mainstream Hollywood cinema, this whole Anthropocene idea is very, and the climate change is addressed. And I see, you know, my contemporaries, my friends who are in their 20s, who have climate anxiety. And I have bad days regarding climate anxiety, I think. So slowly, of course, but I do think that these kind of films can push us to this to awareness. Yeah, so I'm of course always an optimistic as a private person, but I really think that they have an impact. Many little films. We need a lot of them, but it's something is happening. Like we are transforming. You know. Thank you.
Okay, it's just a short comment. I don't know yet if these cultural products will resolve this kind of trauma, but as I can agree with Bogi that these products probably will help us to be more environmentally conscious in a way. And then another thing that I consider important is that the climate change and all these processes are very complex and very. I mean, we have to know kind of environmental scientist language to understand these processes, and maybe these cultural products will be able to make the problem of climate change more accessible for the masses. And recently I saw, I think it was a French comic book that in a way translated the whole scientific discourse related to climate change to a more easily accessible language through the language of this comic book. And the scientific data became a little bit more accessible by this. So I think the cultural products can make these scientific concepts more accessible. And I also want to thank you for clarifying the differences between cultural trauma and collective trauma.
Okay, thank you so much. I think this was quite interesting, and we already conceived of a new research project, so also very very efficient. And I suggest that we pass on into the second panel with my presentation hanging in the air, because I've introduced some of the ideas that I've been thinking through, and I've also presented this. And perhaps if you need like a 2-minute private break that we can take, and then in 2 minutes we can continue with Carolina and Győri Zsolt's presentation. That's my suggestion, and hopefully we will catch ourselves in time through these two presentations. Is this right for everyone? Okay, so perhaps Carolina, you can start sharing your screen, or we can just all use these 2 minutes to take a deep breath. And thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yes.
yes.
Okay.
We can hear and see you.
Okay. I try to share my screen.
Yeah, it was fine just a
It
minute
was fine.
ago.
Yeah, but I couldn't
And
see
it is,
myself. I don't know if it's okay.
it's
Okay.
absolutely okay the way it is.
Fine.
So thank you for joining back. And we are really honored and happy to have Dr. Karolina Koszyńska with us. She's from the Polish Academy of Sciences Institute of Art. You see the title of her presentation. She's been working on labor emigration and social realism and formations of realism in European and Polish cinema. So Karolina, thank you, and the floor is yours.
Okay, I'm absolutely from outside of the project, so I'd like to introduce the ideas that are new to me as well, because usually I work on British cinema, but some time ago I realized that it is quite important to maybe not implement, maybe not translate, but to find our own Eastern and Central European notions of social realism, and maybe to work on our cinema and to find our own definitions of the narratives and stylistics that can be connected to social realism. Today I'd like to speak about 3 films. Bogi heard my presentation in Brighton just a week ago. The 3 Polish films that are somehow concerning the idea of labor migration. These 3 films are White Roses from 2017 by Anna Jadowska, I Never Cry, the only one film that was distributed in United Kingdom, which is quite important because the plot takes place in Ireland, so this context is quite important. And the 3rd film is Bread and Salt by Damian Kocur, that was made 2 years ago. Just for the very short introduction, to remind you, Poland accessed the EU in 2004, so we have this 20th anniversary of accession this year. And since this year, 2 million Poles emigrated to the West, usually to Germany, but plenty of people. The Germany is quite obvious direction for Polish people, but after our accession, plenty of people went to UK and Ireland and also France, and of course people went there because they believed the life may be better and they can earn money to provide their families back in Poland. But this labor migration also, or emigration, also have negative consequences, probably familiar for all of you. And these consequences can be listed as the breakdown of family and social ties, because plenty of families had to split. 1 parent or 2 parents went abroad for work. They had to cope with the enormous psychological burden, both adults that went away and children that had been left behind. These children are usually called, we have this special notion coined Euro orphans, because usually they were left with their relatives, with grandparents, while they had actually, they had no contact with parents that were working abroad. This situation, of course, means that the families had to struggle to keep the relationships, the familial relationships, but also marital relationships. It appears that this is quite difficult in this situation. And of course, living abroad meant another negative consequences of this kind of emigration. People working in other countries usually had no language or very basic knowledge of language of the new country. They had to live in an unfamiliar environment. they had to cope with the pressure of financial responsibility for the family at home. They were providing as a whole breadwinners, the sole breadwinners for the families. And very often these people working out abroad, they had to face the systemic neglect or abuse in their new countries. And of course, they were suffering from anxiety, of insecurity, of temporariness of lives and jobs. So probably this is the situation that plenty of people from our region had to cope with while emigrating. Very short introduction of these films with the photos to give you an impression of how these films look like. I Never Cry is a story of Polish teenage girl from a small town. She's living with her mother, with her disabled brother. She has to go alone to Ireland to bring home the corpse of her father, a laborer who died in a construction accident. She's 17, but she's the only member of the family who has the mobility, has the language, and is able to go outside to the foreign country and to deal with all these formalities. The other film, Bread and Salt, is a story of two brothers, actually one brother, Tymek, an aspiring young pianist preparing for a scholarship abroad. He's coming back to his hometown for summer, and he spends the summer hanging out with his brother and his ex-friends, the guys from the neighborhood. They usually visit a kebab shop, and this kebab shop is run by two immigrants from the Middle East. So slowly, like the narrative, I will elaborate on that in a while. The narrative is quite flat, but we can feel the tension is rising, and the kebab shop, of course, is the center of this tension. And this flat narrative ends with the explosion of emotions and of violence, of course. And the third film, the earliest of them, is White Roses. It's a story of a young woman who is left with in Poland, in her home village. Her husband is earning money abroad in the Norway, some Scandinavian country. She's a mother of two. She's staying with her kids and with her mother. She's seeing her husband twice a year maybe, and she's having an affair with an underage boy. And of course, she has to face the stigma when her community, the village community, learns about her romance. Okay. And then I was thinking about the main problems these people had to face, the people portrayed in these films, the people that had to stay and the people that had to go abroad. I was thinking about the main categories that are presented in these films and narrativized, problematized in these films, and I realized that these categories have to be named in a idea, as an ideas, but also as an ideas for narratives and stylistic means that had been used in these films. So if we think about the consequences of labor emigration that are presented in these films, we can use the notions like absence, bereavement, inertia, numbness, emotional isolation. So all these protagonists, they have to, they are suffering from kind of anxiety, and usually this anxiety is very withdrawn. They have to withhold their emotions. It also translates to narrative, and they suffer from kind of emotional isolation. They are always isolated from the people that are around them, even if it's a family, or they are isolated in the place they have to live in. And also, one of the crucial motives in these films is the illusion of social mobility and advancement, because usually we think about social advancement as something vertical. We are climbing the ladder of social advancement, and we are becoming, trying to live in a better conditions. But actually, in these films, the social mobility is shown as something horizontal. So we are emigrating to a new place. We hope for something better, for a better life, but actually we live the same life or even worse, because very often these people, the migrants, they have to work below their capabilities. So they go somewhere, the mobility is there, but actually they are not climbing up, but they stay in the same strata. So we have to deal with the illusion of social mobility. It is not social mobility as is hoped for by these people. Now I was thinking about how does it impact the narrative and stylistic choices by the directors. So how these notions translate into narrative patterns. When I was thinking about these three films, they are very diverse. All of them, they deal somehow with the conventions, with the pattern of social realism, but they do it in a very different way. Each of them is doing it in a very different way. I Never Cry is a quite conventional film. It had been called Loachian by plenty of critics. So it, of course, this notion refers to the cinema of Ken Loach, because stylistically, this film, and in dealing with the humanist approach to protagonist, this film is Loachian in its atmosphere and climate. It is using the means of social realism in a quite conventional way, which means that the narrative is focusing on the journey, the pursuit of clearly defined goal, and overcoming another systemic obstacles the girl Ola is facing. So it's like the beginning, the end, and the arc of the story. The arc of the story. She has to complete her mission. She has to bring the ashes back to Poland. So it is quite conventional. The narrative is quite conventional, but we, as viewers, we have to face the contrast that is very much emphasized in this film, because we have the very dynamic movement of the main protagonist. She's very mobile. She's very fast. She's moving. She's she's acting in a very dynamic way. But actually, her life is a kind of flat wife. She's like her life has this quality of inertia, and her emotional life is also withdrawn. Like she's very closed. She never cries. She never shows her emotions. She has to do what she has to do. And we are, as viewers, we are constantly oscillating between this dynamism of her movement and the inertia of the life around her. And very striking thing is the physical absence of the figure that is setting the whole plot in motion, which means the father. He's not there, he's dead, but he's always there. Like she's looking for the traces of him. She has to meet the people that were working with him. She has to see the place he was living. the father is always there, but he's absent. So this juxtaposition and this tension between everything that is visible and invisible, absent, hidden, is there. And very strange thing when you watch this film and you have the images of British or Irish cinema showing immigrants living in their countries. You have these landmarks, you have this very familiar scenery we are used to as viewers. But in this film, the Irish scenery, Dublin is shown with as a very unfamiliar place and very cold place. It's not the city. There are margins of the city that are shown on the screen. So she arrives to the place she doesn't know, and even if we know Ireland or places similar to Ireland, we have these places. They have no resemblance to our the images in our heads. This collective memory of these places. Bread and Salt. It differs from this convention of social realism and uses more self-aware experimental methods. So we have this film is torn between the transparency of the social realism, and it is there because plenty of observational scenes, sequences are there. But there's also self-aware narrative experimentation, narrative and structure of this film. Because the structure is episodic, there is lack of concept, and here we have this narrative flatness. So we have the building up the tension, but we don't have the following of the events. We don't have this narrative arc. And the climax, which is very powerful in this film, does not indicate the resolution of the plot or the resolution of the initial problem. It does not indicate the stabilization of situation. We have no resolution at the end. We have no balance. At the end, everything is kept in the state of disruption. And the issue of labor migration, which is absolutely crucial in I Never Cry, here it is more in the background. Here it is more about the fundamental issue that is shaping the situation, the social situation of all the people in this film. This issue of labor migration means the illusion of social advancement. So you can go abroad, but it never changes your situation at home or abroad. It's just an illusion, and living this illusion is like living in a circle. And it is very visible in this film. The narrative is maybe not narrative, but the constant walking of these people is in circles. So they never go anywhere. There's no aim. They just repeating and repeating the process that shows you that social advancement is just an illusion. And Why Roses? It is the most intimate film, the very intimate psychological portrait of the young woman in a small village. It is quite hard to call it social realism, but still there is this kind of social determinism that is visible here. And we can see that the environment forces protagonist in her choices. She struggles with this determinism. She wants to break it. She wants to transgress it. But still, it is the pressure of this environment is very strong. We can see that the emotional withdrawal of the main protagonist is translated into narrative inertia, which here means deceleration of the plot. The plot is slower and slower. There are moments when it is when there are very dynamic scenes, when there is a outbreak of the violence, there is a tragedy because the child of the main protagonist is missing, and the people from the village are looking for him. But what we see on the screen is the face of the woman, and the plot is just somewhere around her. She is not fully present in the plot. She's emotionally withdrawn, and it translates into the image very strongly, because the access to her emotion is only through nature. This is film The White Roses, the title, it refers to the profession of the village women. They are picking the petals of white roses for trade. So these rose plantations, the forest, the grass, the insects buzzing in the air, it's a very, like, it's pushed to the foreground, and the woman is just in there. Access to her emotions is only through the nature that is surrounding her. And the constant absence of her husband and withholding all the emotions and the feelings to her husband, these qualities are translated into constant postponement of resolution. So there is no resolution. There's very powerful scene at the end, at the very end, but this scene is like cut off the main plot. The resolution is when the individual decides to transgress the dictates of the social environment. She decides to break the rules, and then there is a resolution, but only for her. The social situation stays the same. When I was thinking about these three films, I don't want to go now into social realism definitions, but I was thinking about the classical British definitions of social realism, and I was thinking about coining our own regional definitions that take into account our own experiences after the transformation. So not only 21st century, but this transformation and transition from the communist or totalitarian regimes to more open or more neoliberal, because we have to call them like that. And I was thinking about, it's a very preliminary project about collecting the films concerning this kind of trauma that is very present, still very present in our cinemas and our societies, and to think about the narrative patterns that try to problematize, try to tell the story of the stories of our experience that is very much connected to Western Europe, of course, but show it from our perspective and to find our own ways. Probably it would mean going into very very familiar for us, from the people from the region, and completely unfamiliar for people from the other side of the Iron Curtain, the idea of hiding the message behind, because of censorship, hiding the message behind the plot, behind the image, to put some little marks in the image, in the narrative, to communicate in a hidden way with the viewers. And I think it's quite important tradition in our cinemas. And I think about bringing it to the fore and maybe work on these narratives and its relationship with social trauma. Okay, I would leave it here.
Thank you, Carolina. At least three of the things you said had a really deep resonance and impact with what I've been thinking in the last months. But I think that the presentation of Zsolt Győri from the University of Debrecen in Hungary will interact in interesting ways, if I am not mistaken, with what you've been saying and discussing. So before entering into discussions, I invite Zsolt to present his his views on a new type of trauma, of collective trauma processing in Hungarian cinema.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear and see you.
Thank you. So I must start with certain apologies. Until yesterday evening, I believe that this is going to be an informal and friendly platform of discussion, and didn't realize that actually this is a mini conference where you have to present a
But
paper.
it is a friendly environment.
Certainly, it's just not formal with 20-minute presentation. So unfortunately, I do not have a slide to share, and my thoughts are very much scattered around. They are not necessarily organized, partly due because this is a project that I have just started undertaking, and well, these are mainly preliminary thoughts of what I want to share with you. And I don't even want to begin with the actual topic that I proposed. Can you hear me still?
Yes,
Okay,
we can
good,
hear you.
because
It's fine.
my internet connection sometimes is bad. So first, I actually want to share with you that the last couple of weeks have been rather traumatic for me, having to wake up each morning to read online a long list of reviews, articles, interviews, in response to a recently premiered Hungarian film, Nor Never Most vagy Soha, a film that had a budget of over 7 billion Hungarian forints, and an audience, if I know correctly, as of 2 days before, of 150,000 viewers. A simple calculation, which I did, will reveal that to get each viewer to watch this film in cinema, it cost the Hungarian taxpayer just under 50,000 Hungarian forint for each spectator. This is, by the way, not an extreme figure, but much worse than the average. And I can only hope that Csaba Kál, who is the government-appointed commissioner of the film industry in Hungary, also understands that this is not the path to successful business model. Equally traumatic was the aggressiveness and then the unprofessional attitude of the film's self-made producer, pilferer of taxpayer money, Filip Rákai, who in the weeks leading up to the premiere has given interviews in which he has proven his utter misunderstanding of Hungarian film culture, with statements like, and let's put here, I'm convinced that 70% of the films made in the last 30 years could be scrapped without anyone ever noticing it. So when reading these and other stupidities by this producer, I was reminded of a segment of the omnibus film made in 2012 by the title Hungary 2011, in which the late Miklós Jancsó makes a comment on the detrimental social and moral effects of the rise of illiberalism in Hungary. In the scene at the end of his little short flick, an actress asks Jancsó, "What are we filming?" To which the director answers, "This is not the time of filming. This is the time of screaming. Itt nem filmezni, itt ordítani kell," in Hungarian. With Rákai in mind, this prophecy seems unfortunately fulfilled. However, I believe Jancsó does not urge us to scream at certain films or at certain filmmakers, but rather he's suggesting that or rather, he's not also not suggesting that we should stop making films and start screaming. It's just the opposite what he suggests. He advises us to make films that scream. Oh, the question is, what kind of films scream? Well, obvious answer to this question is traumatic ones. Films that portray something unbearable, painful, or incapable to cope with. Social problem films actually tend to fit these requirements. Hope you agree with this. Most likely films about poverty, about destitute, precarity. Films that are regularly made or are screened at festivals by directors coming from the global south, about urban slums, films of semi-peripheral European art cinema, Eastern European art cinema, made about minorities and rural regions, films about poverty, about filth, overcrowding, about ignorance and immorality or crime, squalor, disease, violence, and inertia count to be these films that scream. Films about people financially dependent on relatives or state help without steady, legitimate employment, people living in backward, chaotic, abject conditions. Films that are shocking, that are made in a way to look shocking. Films that share a certain politics of representation that is well suited to stimulate the moral conscience of the audience, provide them with explosive moments of catharsis, and make cinema function as a kind of purgatory. This is the politics of representation known as poverty porn, more precisely slum or rural voyeurism, since the term poverty porn presumes that, or pornographic representations presume that people in front of the camera essentially consent to being filmed, whereas voyeurism, in the case of voyeurism, people often become objects of a gaze without giving their consent. So poverty voyeurism, I think, is very popular these days. It is almost a free ticket for filmmakers from the global south on these semi-peripheral countries to get into big international film festivals, simply because most festivals expect films from second and third world countries to show overt content of marginalization, oppression, misery, and violence. It seems that there is this cultural imperative of global film festival circuits to invite films that authentically evoke the local reality, which is, in which case, authenticity means all the things mentioned above. Hungarian cinema has been making these films for long. Then we are a cinema that really screams loud, right? Well, I think no, we are wrong. A scream that is tailored to the demands of the cultural marketplace of liberal humanism is not too convincing in my understanding. Uniqueness made comprehensible is not especially unique. By the same token, authenticity as a representational model is not too authentic either. In fact, I believe that we have very few Hungarian films that scream, but I regard 3,000 number pieces, 3000 számozott darab by Adam Chasi, as one of these films. It is a film that screams because it erodes voyeurism, immersion, catharsis. It is a film that despises the empathic viewer and declines to feed the white savior complex of such a person. The film screams, it is not I who need you, it is you who need me. It is your hypocritical, self-emancipating identity project that needs me, but you're now not going to get it. The characters of the film say, cigány simogató vagy more. The gypsies in the film say, we are what we are in your worst nightmare, how you see us in your worst nightmare. By saying this, they also ask, do you really want to see us, or only see the image that you carry and cherish in your head about us? This is the Brechtian politics of estrangement, the estrangement of the politics of traditional social film. In 3,000 number pieces, this politics translates into heightened performativity and the breaking of the fourth wall, the trompe-l'oeil evocation of Rome stereotypes, the questioning of authenticity and empathy as the support structure of social realist representation. If this representational paradigm holds that prejudices and social phobias are driven by fear of the social other, and that fear can be overcome by understanding it, Chassey's film claims that empathy can be equally prejudicial, even racist, when this attitude is not about understanding the other, but trying to contain and capture the other through the insensitive and objectifying mechanisms of white saviorism. Let me emphasize, I do not regard 3,000 number pieces of film that screams because it is about Romas, but because it is a film about the cultural logic of representation, the prevailing logic of art cinema to perform asymmetrical power relations. These relations may be formed between the Roma and the non-Roma, but equally between the urban intellectual audience and the rural communities, or any social group which a film depicts voyeuristically. My proposed research explores this representation in the context of the urban-rural divide in Hungarian cinema. I plan to thematize in this research the social filmic logic of rural voyeurism in films which have been made since 2010. I collected around 25, 26 titles, some of which are actually Hungarian filmmakers making films in Transylvania. But what I really want to emphasize and close this little speech by asking you a question. Recently, I have seen this recent film of Christian Mungiu's RMN, which is this dramatized version of an event that happened in Gyergyódító, the Transylvanian little town in 2020. And I want to ask you whether you see this representational model present in the film, which is so much present in other Eastern European semi-peripheral cinemas, and also films in the global South, to try to be authentic. And in trying to be authentic, it really, well, creatively rewrites events and doesn't really concern the actual order or the actual stakes in the local community. So this is really a question that I want to ask you, since you are living in that country, or you're living in that region, and I think you have more insight into that than I here in Hungary. So this would have been a very brief speech, and well, that's it.
Well, thank you so much. Although brief, but again, just like Carolina's talk, it raised a number of deeply important issues from the perspective of our project, and yes, from the perspective of perhaps rethinking Central and Eastern European cinema history in a way, and strategies of representation. Because in a way, both you and Carolina propose such a direction. And the starting point of both of your argumentation is what appear to be stories of deeply traumatized persons and communities. So to me, it is very interesting that that reaching out to something that we, from the perspective of our project, would define as traumatized persons, leads you to somehow trying and seeing new ways of aesthetic mechanisms. And I wonder, how do you see this relationship? So, of course, it is a truism that trauma causes rupture not only in psychic or in social relations, but in cultural models as well. So do you think that this is what we are facing in the case of the films you are working with? Or my impression is that you are speaking about something different.
Okay, I can start.
Please.
I strongly believe that the pattern of narrative impacts our view on the ideology presented in a particular film. I remember reading John Hill book about British cinema, but he emphasized that this classic pattern of narrative where you have the balance, the first turning point, the arc, the second turning point, and another final balance. If you have this kind of pattern, you are stuck in very conservative like conservative approach to social problems. The social problems are there, but like the problem in a film, it can be resolved. It can be resolved by the action of individual, because of course these narratives are individual driven. And there is another alternative pattern when you have when you don't have this this procession of elements, like you don't have this turning point first, another blah blah blah. You don't have this balance. You have the disruption, and this kind of cinema opposes you. You have to break through the film you are watching, and then you approach to social problems in a completely different way. You see the systemic problem. You see the systemic disruption of the complacency, I would say. Like you have to deal with something that is not approachable, it's not familiar. So I strongly believe that we have to look at the social realism today in this way, especially in this region, especially if you deal with traumas that are somehow hidden, because trauma is something you cannot express. So if you cannot express it verbally, you have to do it in some other way. And trauma pushes itself, to be presented. It pushes itself to the surface. So you not structure it, but you observe it and show it in an unfamiliar way. Then you can mediate the trauma and access the trauma, at least the surface of the trauma. So that's the way of communication. And I would agree with the thing that Zsolt said about the self-colonizing mechanism we are using. I mean, the global South, but of course Eastern Europe as well. And Cristian Mungiu, the last film, is absolutely the best example of that. That it's like a very complex but very direct composition of these stereotypes concerning Romanian society, the problems you are facing, and of course regional trauma as well. And it is everything like a good dinner for the Western audience. they wait for that. They pay for that because usually they put money in these films. So they are supporting financially the things they want to see. And of course, we have to earn money. So it's a new pattern of colonization, actually, but we are self-colonizing ourselves. And I think it's a very complex mechanism because it's an industrial mechanism. But I think there is a time for a kind of emancipation and trying to saying something in a different way. But of course, I think that the industrial and financial aspect of it is tremendous, and it's very difficult to transgress this situation. That's the comment from me.
If I might add something, yes, I do think that the British example is very much legitimate, and John Hill was, of course, also one of the people who wrote a lot about the British New Wave, and he and many others. Looking back from the perspective of the 1990s, 1980s, the social realism of the British New Wave as a model that has been constructed step by step, and it created this documentary look, which is just a surface. It is a set of cliches that you use if you want to present northern working class communities. It is like a manual, a user's manual to how to create this empathical representation of working classes. What I also found very interesting and very useful source is Rob Shield's research in cultural geography, and his book, which I don't know how many of you know about, but it's pretty useful, Places on the Margin, Alternative Geographies of Modernity, in which he described this process of how filmmakers no longer have to be there, no longer have to know the local communities, but actually rely on these representational models, these fixed stereotypes and cliches. And based on or what you said about Monju's film, what a couple of weeks a lecturer, a colleague of yours, Andrea, was here in Debrecen on an Erasmus exchange project, Balázs Zágony. And I asked him about this film, and he told me one thing. Search on the YouTube on a video which has been made available about the real town meeting or town hall conversation held in György at the time when this whole thing emerged. And I found it, and it's a 2.5 hour long recording that very much Monju, I think, wanted to repeat stylistically, because it is, as all these local television station recordings, is a single fixed camera put down at the edge of the stage, and it shows in a kind of long shot the audience, and sometimes the camera also pans left or right. And this is exactly how Monju recreates stylistically this meeting, without any editing, without any cutting. But if you look at what people are actually saying at this town meeting, and how Monju recreates this event, is totally different. Totally different. The people are simply not saying those things about racism, about what I think Monju needed to include into this scene to make his film more appealing to the festival audience, to make it a film, a kind of thesis about Eastern European mixed race relations, about the conflicts between ethnic groups, and how Eastern Europe is a place that has this double standard of racism. When they go to work to Europe, then they are sufferers of this implied racism, while in their hometowns they exercise this type of racism. In the real Jayajodhitra meeting, people were not attacking those two Sri Lankan people. They were attacking very fiercely the local owner of the bakery, who was not paying their proper wages. In a sense, they were totally blind to these two or three people. In the film, it's three. In reality, it was two. They don't really care. That's not their problem. It's just something that they start emphasizing. It is a reason for them to start talking. But what they really oppose, I think, is the local inequalities, the income inequalities, basically the local rules of capitalism, and that, I think, is a very conscious choice on the part of the filmmaker, and it's part of this paradigm or this representational problem that I have with art films in general, not just with Mungiu, and first and foremost not with Mungiu, but with Hungarian directors. Sorry for being.
I don't know, perhaps some of our colleagues from the Transylvania region would like to reflect on all these aspects of Mungiu's film, and yes, of the very strange world that is created out of fragments and out of aesthetic panels, so to say. The panel or narrative panels, the element of the successful businesswoman, the prospering and the economically high countryside, the migrant worker who has a skin different from the majority. So all these topoi, we could say, are beautifully put together in a seamless. After all, you can speak about a seamless representation. I had a short discussion this morning with a graduate student about kitsch and about kitschy elements, and it just came to my mind that was the definition, the working definition she came up with, that kitsch is where you don't see any kind of ruptures. It is perfect as a superficial beauty, so to say. And I remember when we saw for the first time Remene, that was the very alienating effect, that everything was seamless, everything somehow fitted perfectly, and it just simply did not match my experience of those physical places, so to say. So even going into that beautiful former mining, it's important, the zone where, or the village where the filming was made, Rimetea Torotsko, is a former mining city. You cannot go on the street without tumbling over. So it's not seamless even in that way of, you know, having holes and potholes everywhere. So to me, it was really strange to see in this Rimetea environment a beautiful woman listening to very exquisite music and drinking very high-class wine and having a cello sessions. So it was, yes, it was
that too.
like
that too. What I wanted to say, that you mentioned the business owner who is a woman. Well, actually, in the footage, in the real documentary footage, there is no word of a woman. They are always attacking the man, right? And so Mungiu decided to include it and make it a woman who is there at the meeting, whereas in the real meeting, the man didn't come. He only sent a letter. So making the man become a woman is again very much part of this politics of representation, the politics of trying to show all sides. And one other thing that came to my mind, oh yes, in the film there is also this French ornithologist who is there at the meeting, right? Who again makes this scene more multicultural. And of course, what he says is the official, politically correct version of acceptance and whatnot. So exactly this, what you say, that it's kitsch. It's made to look like kitsch, made to look like perfect a surface, but unfortunately, the film doesn't go beyond this surface, and many of these films in this representational paradigm don't go either. Sorry.
I also want to say something. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Yes, I like to connect back to Zsolt, how you treated the authenticity. So I was, wondering if the director of this film, 3000 Pieces, like Chasi Adam, like he realizes in your interpretation that, I mean, he gives up this authenticity, his claim to, be authentic, because you cannot be. Why Munju, he made this film to make an authentic picture of, interethnic relations in Romania. So he anyway, he failed before he even started, in my view. But anyway, I would have liked to ask you, because in your, in your framework, you somehow you didn't included this extreme cinema trend, but the extreme cinema trend literature, they mentioned, the global film, the film from the peripheries, like they complement the, the extreme cinema as it emerged from the, Western, from France, for example, at the, early 2000s, the end of the 1990s. But I like that you made somehow a different lens, that from, if we see it from the social problems, then we can swiftly arrive to this extreme cinema, without, a need to see it, his connection with art cinema, for example. But at the same time, I like that, this, you pointed out this, basically how Chasi Adam, he deals with, spectatorship, like, the logic of representation. Like, when is that the viewers, you said that the viewers, that you need us, you the viewer need us, because you need to see the problems, you need to see the all this mess, because you cannot live without it, so you just face it. This is like really like a good, like a really contemporary lens on spectatorship, like how, where do directors seem to look at, if they want to go somehow beyond directors like Munju's last take. But with regard to this cinema, I wanted to ask, what about this 3000 numbered pieces has this theatrical project going on, like the plot is about the, putting on the show in Berlin, right? And where do you put this theatrical component of the film, like, in relationship with your perspective on
Okay, thank you. I think these are very, very important remarks and points that you make. I think this film grew out of a theatrical project itself. Chasi has been working with these people, this group made up of Roma artists who are actually coming from very, very much local Hungarian rural slums. For 5 years before they made the film. So it was first and foremost a theater project. that grew into this film, and theatricality is obviously very much important. It is a distancing or alienating effect in the way that it's done, and certainly wants to point fingers at the pan-European liberal humanists, the people who are running this very trendy Berliner Theater that invites these groundbreaking productions. So yes, I think it is very much intentional that the theater itself is included in this project, and I don't know whether they are still working on a new project at the moment. I don't know. What I want to emphasize is that it's not just Csásy who's been doing this. Recently, there is a film which I have not yet seen, Nyersanyag, which is just about the same topic of trying to question this representational paradigm. It is a film about Budapest, a guy, a filmmaker from the capital of Hungary, going to a rural village where he sees corruption on every level. The locals are in modern day slavery, led by the mayor of the city, and that there is this. His project changes. He wants to do a shared filmmaking project with the Roma locals there, but he changes his scope and he starts making a very much I don't know, investigative journalism, and he wants to oust this guy from power. And the film ends. He makes the film. His film will be screened in Berlin, and he will get an award or something. But he changes nothing in the local environment. The locals remain in the same situation. Thank you. Yes, and I think, although a little bit differently and less Brechtian in its manner, this film Nyersanyag raises very similar problems, and also I think Larry, to a certain extent, does it. So Csásy is not alone with this project, and hopefully there will be others. What I want to emphasize is Csásy doesn't have a solution how to make films that really empower the locals. He doesn't know that. He only knows that the way we are making films now is not that. Okay, so he's not this clever prophet guy. He doesn't know that. He just says that we have to revisit and reconsider many of our traditions that has been in the making in Hungarian cinema, not just in the past 14 years, but in the past 40 years, starting with the first representations of Roma people, the Sára Sándorian from 1960. Okay, so he's actually problematizing a very rich tradition of Hungarian documentary and cinema, semi-documentary cinema, and also the Budapest School of cinema in the 90s. And he also raises, I don't know, maybe this is like heretical thought. He might also be questioning Tar Béla's all over the type of cinema which he makes in these rural communities. How much is Tar Béla also doing some voyeurism? It is a question that I think worth to look at.
Thank you so much. Perhaps our further discussions would like to add, because you have a very, very rich professional insight into this phenomena we've been discussing. We've been mostly approaching it through filmic examples, but Orsolya Vince, our colleague from the communication faculty, Julia Wallasek from the Department of Journalism. Perhaps you would like to address any of the issues that we've been discussing?
Yes, I would like to say a few words, and thank you for inviting me. And being a literary and media historian, my field of expertise is not quite contemporary cinema, but I've seen some of the films you were talking about. I would like to thank for the Maria Szikszai for her previous comment. I think she just nailed something very important, the fact that we have to be extra cautious with our use of terms, because sometimes not being cautious can lead us into even dangerous roads or misunderstandings. And I would like to share with you one of my previous experience. I tackled the subject of trauma, or I did some research using trauma studies, different trauma studies approaches with two topics, with a media research, while I was trying to research the image of war injuries and disabled bodies during and after the First World War media in Hungary, and a literary project where I was working, and I'm still in a way working on how the effect of the Versailles treaties were presented in the interwar literature and in the contemporary literature, and in all aspects of literature, not only, well, let's say aesthetically valuable thing, but for example, mass literature as well. And we are in a way familiar with the term very often used in public speech, Trianon trauma. And in a way, when I was asked by journalists, especially when the centenary of the war treaties came, they always put the question, what about Trianon trauma in contemporary literature or in interwar literature? And in fact, we do not have this term, Trianon trauma, in contemporary literature. I mean, not contemporary with our age, but with the events, just non-existent. I did a very quick research for the sake of our today's workshop on Arcanum's archives, and I'm sure that many of you have guessed that these exact terms come up only in the 1980s. So nothing until 1983. And then in every decade, it just grows from 18 results in the 1980s to 260 in the 1990s. And after 2010, it just grows above 400. And this is only what is the data on Arcanum. So it's not a comprehensive study, just a quick check. So when we are, and very often, and in case of, especially of propagandistic, pieces of propaganda, let's say, not piece of art or cinematic products, we are entering in this problem that we are speaking using concepts that were not used in the certain historical period, or have a strong interpretation in themselves. So this can be a danger. And I think this might be one of the problems of the films just mentioned by the presenter before, whether Now or Never. Many of the problems raised by historians in a way lead us to this way that it's a danger, because it using different terms can construct public speech, and public speech itself goes back to sending us and even inspiring us sometimes to create art and interpretation, artistic interpretation. It's not always very good. And I would like to give a good example, if I'm here as a literary historian and from contemporary literature, and not an English one and not a Hungarian one, but a French one, a novel not translated into Hungarian, but it is translated into Romanian, written in French. Tous tes enfants dispersés by Beata Umumbeimérez, about the Rwanda genocide, and it's beautifully presenting both a historical event, collective trauma, and the personal trauma, and also connecting tackling the topic of immigration, forced immigration, and doing it with a very inventive linguistic ways. So I recommend it for all who are reading in French or Romanian. And last time when I checked, it had no English translation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Julie. I think it's quite informative for our guests who are not so much invested into Trianon trauma. This is something that we've been discussing with nonchalance and quite great ease. And it's in a way shocking to see that we can do it only since the mid-1980s, because until then, no one thought of it as a collective trauma, as a historical trauma, and let alone as Trianon trauma. So yes, it
was constructed as a historical trauma, or there were descriptions that now are considered classical traumatic descriptions, and many of them were taken exactly from the First World War injuries. The disabled body, which was the central image of the revisionist propaganda of the war period.
Yes,
but they never used the term Trianon trauma.
Because in a way, the injured body is the traumatized body coming from the war without an ideological narrative attached to it, whereas the Trianon trauma refers to a specifically positioned political and ideological narrative, I would say. Could I ask you, Julie, to write in the chat the exact data of this novel you have been recommending to us? Because I am absolutely grateful to all of you who mentioned examples from the Global South, and also the important connection between extreme cinema and poverty or rural voyeurism. I think these are important linkages that we often forget to make, just like Carolina's insight of somehow coming back from British social realism to our local realisms and the new methods used there.
Yes, of course, gladly. It even references Imre Kertész's book Sorstalanság as in a key moment when speaking about trauma.
Oh, that's, that's a great data for us. Thank you. Yes, please, Orsi.
Thank you for having me. Well, I haven't been working on films, and I'm an intellectual historian by training, and I've been working on public discourses for quite a while now, but mainly news media and social media. But well, as Andre pointed out in the introductory remarks, maybe a marginal standpoint sometimes enables you to make a valid point. I think that it is very important to think about the politics of representation here, much in the vein Zsolt Győri has raised the issue. I think that recently speaking about trauma has become a sort of a political language. It's quite similar to crisis. If you think about how we narrate, for example, the history of European Union, it is a history of crisis. And this can be told as a history of a political language, much as in the Wien, Yuli has suggested that the use of the term Trianon trauma has an intellectual history, conceptual history. It's not that obvious. Now, maybe I should be making this point at the end in terms of future research agendas, but when thinking about a future research agenda in terms of trauma and narratives of trauma, we also, I think, will need to take into account issues of instrumentalization, not just in the one direction is obvious to what Zsolt Gyuri has said, the politics of art house cinema and how all this has been inscribed into this hegemonic logic of whatever contemporary art industries. But at the same time, we also have to see how the rise of contemporary grievance politics is also cast in the language of victimization and trauma. And political scientists have been making this point for a couple of decades, not decades, but at least a decade now, that one of the main challenges to traditional forms of doing politics in Europe is the rise of grievance politics and of movements that address partly unaddressed social anxieties in terms of trauma. And this is actually grievance politics has been described as a form of politics opposed to party politics. I think it's happening in Hungary right now, that it's a form of grievance politics competing with party politics, and I think that this is also important to take into account, that it's not just the idea that speaking about trauma is important because it makes us more self-aware and empathetic, like Mishka said, it is very true, but at the same time, language has a way of functioning as a speech act, and there are all these other stakes. Obviously these are not art house cinema. These might be the politics of grievance might take the form of self-generated hate speech on YouTube, or some of the type of contemporary music videos that Mishka is studying also have a way of going into that direction and instrumentalizing trauma for in quite violent discourses going into the direction of even hate speech. And I know this has nothing to do with your project, but in the long run, if we are talking about the politics of representation of trauma, that might also be a thing to bear in mind, even though that might make a literature review a bit more eclectic than feasible. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think it is really important if really wanting to ensure the validity of our insights, the instrumentalization of victim narratives and of trauma experiences into what you mentioned as grievance politics is absolutely something that we need to consider. It's we've been very elegantly going by these issues, but yeah, they are there, and the way that I was not aware of this opposition between grievance politics versus party politics, but it made me somehow think of Carolina's idea that social mobility in the films she's working with is not possible. It's an illusion. So it's not horizontal. It's not vertical, but horizontal. So in a way, while party politics can be envisaged as something that, if done, seriously and honestly, could lead to good structural changes in society, while grievance politics definitely goes in the other direction, no? Or could go.
It could. I mean, the jury is out on how these types of social movements they have a way of taking various directions. It's not black and white, but yes. It's just a small footnote on what Professor Kosicka was saying at the beginning. You raised various types of traumas, and you mentioned COVID. And I was just wanted to make a footnote that the issue of in public discourses, the issue of labor migration has been strongly linked to COVID. And I think that there's a point of meeting there, that when COVID struck, there was much talk of the working conditions of these people. COVID had a way of making, in Western public discourses, it had a way of making visible things that previously have not been visible, from working conditions to those left behind, which at least the mainstream Western media have not been visible at the time. And COVID had a way of making these traumas visible. So there might be a connection there worth exploring. In various countries, obviously Romania is a huge case in point, not just Poland, how these people go and have these experiences that you've been describing.
The funny thing is that the COVID aspect is completely absent in this film. There's nothing about COVID in the late films, because the first one is from 17, but even the one from 2022, there's nothing about pandemics. So that's also interesting, that you have, like, you want to, as a filmmaker, you want to you don't want to tackle some things because it makes your work even more complicated. I don't know, but it's absent from the narrative.
Well, if we again go back to the classics of trauma literature, then latency period needs to pass. But again, it's been Julie who has been presenting about First World War traumas, as she mentioned, and I remember she saying something about how, for example, the Spanish flu did not actually appear. And then, I remember this when I came over, I was reading all this pandemic literature from historians. And it seems that although so many people died and it was a mass catastrophe in a way, it did not materialize into culturally processed trauma. And of course, Astrid Erl has one argumentation about how there are not enough cultural resources in such periods of somehow at least registering what's going on. But it's interesting that you say that not even the films, which could show it very simply. In Romanian films, which have emerged in the last 2 years, you have the masks, which are there. They are not speaking about the pandemic, but you have many characters who are wearing a mask, which is strange, but it is a very clear, sign of the pandemic. So perhaps we should wait and see if it will emerge in the next 3 or 4 years, or it will remain just as latent as the Spanish flu remained in the 1920s and 30s, although emerging in some of the literary works, I suppose. Okay, so thank you so much. I've been taking. I nearly don't have more empty pages left in my notebook. So thank you so much for being so generous with your thoughts and your ideas. And basically now we have like 3 more minutes until we start our even more friendly discussion with filmmaker Szilárd Bernát. But I think we can again take a break of like 5 minutes. And perhaps Bogi can tell us a bit more about this discussion. Do we need to prepare with anything, or do we need to know anything besides listening carefully?
I was just thinking that we could send the trailer of the film
That's
in the
great.
group chat. And, I prepared like several opening questions, but the floor is open then to audience questions. And this is the film, I talked about in my presentation. briefly with the stuttering boy. So
with the
you-
stuttering shepherd guy
shepherd,
who
yeah,
becomes
who's
a rapper.
Yeah, so you already can know some things about the film, but I will pass. I will
Please,
copy and
please
paste
send.
the
Yes,
trailer
thank
here.
you so much. Okay, so is it fine if we come back in like 5 minutes?
Yes, and I have to leave around 3:30, so I just wanted to say goodbye in person. I mean, online in person. I'm gonna stay for the beginning of the next round, but at some point I have to leave. I have to go somewhere. So I'm really grateful for you to inviting me. And yeah, it was very insightful. I took notes as well.
Okay, and we really hope that we can continue in some form, in some way, the collaboration. Carolina is going to present a call for papers of the journal, the Polish scientific film journal she's editing. That's one possibility for our perhaps envisaging writing together something. I will suggest a collaborative volume that we could work on together. So, some more emails will follow. And thank you so much, Vero.
Yeah, sure. I'm looking forward to it. Thank you.
Szia, Vera!
Szia, Orsi.
Hello, Sia, or hi, should I say? So we are recording essentially the whole workshop. Is it okay for you? If and also you're on mute, so we don't hear you now.
How about now?
Yes, yes, I hear you
Okay.
perfectly. Yeah,
Okay. Hi.
okay. Hi, welcome. This is the, we're on the, like, we can start, I think, in several minutes. Yeah,
Okay.
we are.
It's a bit tricky because I'm in a parking lot, but we're gonna manage it.
Ah, yeah. Okay. And how are you?
I'm good, thank you. How about you?
Well, good. It's a big day for us today. You
Mhm.
know, with like slowly closing the this research project. So, you know,
Okay.
it's a bit celebratory. You know, like.
So this is the last day of it?
Well, I mean, not the last day of it, like administratively, but you know, this is the
Okay.
last big happening in the context, like the last workshop. Yeah.
Okay.
Just a minute. I presume that many of us already seen Larry, but I also shared a trailer with English subtitles,
Mhm.
subtitles to the film. So you are already working on Tactile Universe, or can you confirm this?
I mean,
just
I'm
asking.
still writing it. You know, it's the script developing process, and we already started to think about the financial structure of it. It's a bit tricky right now, but yeah, we try to you know, figure it out how to collect the money for it, how to finance it. It's always the biggest question.
Yeah, yeah. Are you considering co-production?
We are working on it. I mean, in the best way would be that if we can manage it with German or with Swiss co-production partners, and we are working on it. And I'm also writing the script. So I think by autumn we're gonna have some news about it. Yeah.
Great.
Yeah, this period the hardest part is to wait, you know.
Yeah.
Wait all the time for the answers.
Oh, hi.
Csak kapcsoljam be magam. Tehát hello, jó napot kívánok, sziasztok!
Jó napot kívánok!
Részemről tegeződhetünk, és nagyon szépen köszönjük, hogy elfogadtad a részvételt és a beszélgetést. Gondolom lassan mindenki visszakapcsolódik, ha nem kapcsolódtak már is vissza, és akkor kezdhetjük, gondolom még egy perc, és talán akkor kezdhetjük. Annyi kérdésem lenne, Szilárd, biztosan Bogi írta neked, hogy ezt akkor mi rögzítjük, de nem publikus céllal, hanem ilyen archiválási, kutatási céllal, és ha bármit felhasználnánk belőle, akkor természetesen engedélyt kérünk hozzá.
Jó, persze, semmi probléma.
Köszönjük.
Nem vagyok nagyon zajos?
Nem.
Jó.
Nem érződik az autós
Akkor jó.
környezet. Vagy legalábbis én nagyon jól hallok.
Nem, abszolút nincs semmi zavaró.
No.
Én szerintem kezdhetjük.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Okay. So we are very honored to welcome Szilárd Bernard among us, the Hungarian director and co-screenwriter behind Larry, a film which we already discussed in our first panel today. The film, as you know, the film follows Adam, a young stuttering shepherd from Borsod-Abaúj, Zemplén County, who writes a rap song that will enter a national competition. The film had its world premiere at the Tallinn Black Nights Film Festival in 2022. It was awarded at Színész Film Festival in Luxembourg and got multiple accolades at the Hungarian Film Critics Awards. And recently, Bernard was one of the Hungarian filmmakers who took part in this year's Berlinale Talent Program. Also, his newest treatment, called Tactile Universe, won the 2023 Midpoint Pitch Award at Cottbus Film Festival. So he's working on it now, on his second feature film. So Szilárd, we are very happy that you are here today. Let's get started. And to warm up a bit, we prepared several questions, but then of course the audience can also ask questions related the film, related your creative methods, and so. How can the first question will be already very hard. How can fiction film represent trauma? What do you think? Do you have any specific filmmaking guidelines, practices, or code of ethics when it comes to trauma representation on film?
Well, it's a huge question, basically, and I think there's two parts of this question. First part is about the ethics of showing the traumas. Then the second part, and I think this is the more important part, is the technique of showing the trauma, because I think that's the biggest question. Because I think that, you know, talking about psychology or talking about traumas by a poem or by an essay or by a novel, it's not very hard, because you have the opportunity to show the past of your character and the present of your character. And it's always important when you talk about a trauma, because, you know, what is trauma? Basically, trauma is a reaction in the present for an old action what happened in the past. So it's a very complex situation. It's a complex situation to behave somehow because of your trauma. It's a complex question, and the problem was when we were developing the script of Larry. So the biggest task was how to show it, because the cinematic language is a very physical and, let's say, primitive language, because you only have the opportunity to see what happened in the front of the camera. So you don't have the opportunity to talk in. You don't really have the opportunity to talk in metaphors or in the lyric level, right? You only have the physic about it. And I could say to Bennett, he's the main character guy, that you have to act like, I don't know, very sad, or this situation for you in this scene is very hard, but then the trauma or the feeling of the trauma or the effect of the trauma won't happen on the screen. So that's why the idea was to show a guy who's struggling with this extreme speech impediment, because I think that what interesting was about this, let's say, motif, the stuttering motif, was that okay, so the speech expert, or the speech, speech therapist usually say that the stuttering is always comes from a trauma. It can be like it can be like a sense what you got, but it always activated by a trauma. So the idea was, what if we, see a guy who's struggling with this huge speech impediment? Because when we see someone struggling with this kind of speech impediment, it's not just that. It's not just the stuttering is always the core of the trauma, and the way, the journey he tries to get rid of it. It's the journey of getting rid of your traumas, or at least getting a new perspective to your traumas. So basically, that was the idea. And to answer your question, I think that was the biggest job, because I didn't want to use like flashbacks or inner monologues. We want to show it like in a very physical way, and I found it in a possible solution to find it like this. And of course, it was also important to show his connection to his father, because this is the main point. This is the situation where the trauma comes from. So I think that was the technique part. And the other part of your question, that what about the ethical part of showing a trauma? I think that it's a fiction, so the story is based on true characters and true like stories, but it's all fiction. And I think showing a trauma, I mean, in an ethical way or a moral way, it's always the question that you can you take it as serious as you can? Can you take it serious enough to get close as you can of your topic and of this psychological topic? Can you show a trauma for the viewers, which won't be like so basically the idea or my will was I wanted to get the experience for the viewers, people who watch the film, to feel the same as the main character. And that the idea come, the stuttering idea, the stuttering motive, and I always felt when I talk to stutterers, that it's not just an intellectual connection when you talk to a person with speech impediment. It's always a physical connection. It always gives you some physical experience when you talk to a stutterer, because you feel it. You feel this kind of speech impediment in your guts. It's not only like a normal conversation situation. So I don't know if I answered the question, but yeah, I think that was the idea.
Yeah, thank you. And I was just thinking about how this motive of stuttering and the problem with speaking, it is thematized stylistically in the film, and I think this is very very great. How I'm thinking about when at the beginning of the film, when Larry is stuttering, there are jump cuts,
Mm-hmm.
and there's the big scene at the end of the film in which Larry is rapping continuously, and that's one big continuous shot. So
Yeah.
I really like how the film language itself is in conversation with this whole idea, and yeah, I think that is very beautiful in the film. And you mentioned briefly in your answer that that the story was based on true stories, multiple true stories. And one of our colleagues today, Karolina Koszyńska, actually talked about social realism, and I was thinking about Larry's connection to social realism, and what is Larry's relation, the film's relation to off-screen reality? Can you talk about that a bit?
Wow, yeah, it's a huge question. Yeah, because it's always an interesting thing that the source, to finding a source where the trauma comes from, and it's always interesting for me, and that's the hardest part to show it, because, for instance, there are the parasite feelings. There are like normal feelings, like let's say fear or anger, but there are parasite pairs of these kind of feelings. The parasite pair of fear is anxiety, and the parasite pair of anger is anxiety. And I think it's like when you have a lot of fear during your childhood, or when you have a lot of anger during your childhood, you're always fear of someone or fear of something. But later on, the subject of your fear disappear, because there is no that you will lose the subject of your fearness when you grow up. But this kind of feeling affects you so deep that the feeling stays with you, and it becomes becomes a part of your personality, and then you start to be anxious and start to be aggressive, let's say. So people who get anxiety, it's a sign that they in the past they fear of something or someone. It's just a clue. And talking about the social realism, I always thought that the trauma, because I think this is trauma, when you have this kind of anger in your childhood and you just lost the subject of it, and it's very hard to find it when you're an adult. and getting rid of a trauma, I think it's something like this, to find somehow the core of it, to find the core of your anger, to find the core of your anxiety. And in the social level, that's the interesting part, or that's the social part, because a lot of times, mainly in our region, in Eastern Europe, there's a lot of time when the trauma or the fear or the anxiety comes from the society, not only from the family, but from the history or from the society. And the social realist part was that this region you mentioned, Borsod country, this is the northern east part of Hungary. It was a huge mining area during the socialism, during the 70s and 60s, 70s and 80s. And after the system change, after 1990, these people, the miners and the mining areas and all kind of factories just, closed, just lost their, how to say it, their goal from one day to another. And it was also a huge trauma that these people who worked there just lost their job, and this region lost their function basically during the system change, and the majority of the society didn't really have this region just lost the attention of the majority. So I thought that it's a good, let's say, metaphor for our whole nation, and for, I don't know, for the loneliness, and you can feel this kind of, I don't know how to say, like collective minority complex, maybe. You can feel this kind of loneliness on that country. And when the history and the politics starts to affect the society, then the society starts to affect the families, for sure, and then the families start to affect the children, and this is how the transgeneration traumas rolling on and on and on.
Yeah. In the meantime, are there any questions for Szilárd related to the making of Larry? Maybe there is even the reception of Larry, like I remember that we had a research interview last summer, I think. And we talked also about, and it was very interesting for me to hear, like what the people of Borsod, like many people in your film, there are people from Borsod, like, or you said to me that the loan administrator plays a loan administrator, or like, so I think the film has pretty, although it's obviously it's fiction, but it has some close ties to reality as well. So after the premiere, what do you think, like how they received the local community, the film?
Well, I don't really know. I mean, we had screenings there before the premiere in Budapest. We had screenings there, and it was a good experience to show the movie to them. And I think they said that it's realistic. I mean, it's not very. I mean, you can believe in this story. I mean, it's not. So yeah, they said it's realistic, and it was very important to me, because for sure I didn't really. I'm not from that area, so it was very important to learn about that area enough to show it in a proper way. And on the other hand, it was also very important to show the the hip hop culture of that area as well, because it's an important topic as well, to show that kind of hip hop subculture from that area. And yeah, and I think that it's always a hard question, that there is my personality, or where is my status, or where is my identity, and there is the identity of that people who plays in a movie, and I always wanted, during the script writing process, and I always wanted to like pull back my own identity, because I thought that maybe it's gonna be a lie if I tell a story in this region from my point of view, from a filmmaking guy from Budapest's point of view. But then I realized that it's impossible. So during the shooting, I just realized that it's not the key question that if I can show the identity of this region enough or proper enough, but the question is, can we find a connection? Can we connected to each other enough that this connection would be interesting enough to show it? So let's put it in other words. The connection between my or our identity and the people from that region identity, the connection between them, that was the film at the end of the day. And it was a very interesting game to to find a harmony between them.
Yeah.
Excuse me for jumping in, but basically, Szilárd, now you offered a solution to a very big theoretical problem we've been discussing in the previous panel regarding the outdated aesthetic methods and in a way non-authentic relationships that come out of films, which represent local, regional, deprived cultures and people from a perspective that our colleague Zsolt Győri named poverty voyeurism. So when looking at deprived and very poor and very peripheral people without basically having their consent, gazing at them without them wanting us to gaze at them. And I think you put it not only beautifully, but theoretically very meaningfully, that the connection between the filmmaker entity, be that the director, the whole team, you can conceive it in many levels, and the entity that the camera is directed at, in a way. So this is, I think, it's even I would say it's an anthropological interest more than a filmic or aesthetic interest, no?
Yeah, it's true. It's true. And it's, yeah. And, like I said, connections and maybe also friendships. So what you say, this kind of voyeuristic point of view, yeah, it really can be harmful. So back to for a sentence to your first question, like, what is the moral way of showing a trauma? And I always thought that I know the very core of the story, because basically it's my story. I mean, I know how to be in a toxic relationship with one of your parents, and I know how hard to get rid of it, and I know this kind of this kind of relationship with art to express it, the trauma. So at the very core of the story, I knew it, and that's why I wanted to create this kind of a movie unconsciously. I mean, it wasn't conscious, but I just wanted to show this kind of story, and it was full unconsciousness. But at the social realistic side, like the surrounding characters and the places, the venues, I just didn't know them. So the most important thing was, I think, to be curious. Yeah, I think the curiosity was the most important part, because that's how the connection could be established, or could be working. Yeah, and
but it is also interesting, excuse me for again jumping in, but you cannot really be artificially curious, no? So it's not something that you can build up in yourself, can you? As a filmmaker, I'm asking. So basically you have these curiosities which exist you as in a human being, so to say. Or can you say as a filmmaker that, okay, I want to make a film about Borsod Abaúj, and then I will be curious about Borsod Abaúj as such, without having always been somehow interested in Borsod Abaúj?
I don't know if it's possible. I was very curious about this region and the music of this region, because I thought it's very authentic. The subculture of hip hop of those region. I think that was the. I mean, when the idea born, I saw a short documentary about a rapper guy from that area, and that was the first part when I started to develop the script. And yeah, and I was really curious about this guy and the region. So yeah, the curiosity was real, but when I don't know, start to get know this culture and this region, there was always one more motive. It was what was very interesting. Let's say the connection between the police officers and the and poor people, or the this charismatic church, or the loan guy, the loan giving guy, the character of the loan giving guy. So these kind of characters and these kind of motives always came like very rapidly or randomly, because I just met that guy. I mean, the loan giver guy. One day, and I just started to think that would be very interesting if he could do this role in the film. So yeah, I think that we had a lot of improvisations, not only the film, but during the pre-production process as well. So making of the movie after the script writing process, it was really somehow in between the making of process of a documentary and the fiction. So we have to, change the aspects and the mindsets of making a documentary and making a fiction. You always had to change it in proper situations.
Yes, please, Zsolt.
Hello, it's great to have you with us, Szilárd. I was in a position to screen your film in a film club that we are running on part of the Hungarian University Film Awards, and the film club that I run here in Debrecen, the Debrecen University, has a very multicultural audience. So it was an honor to screen this film, and I must say I made a few fans for your film in North Africa, in the Middle East, and also in Nigeria.
Wow.
What they really liked the film, despite the fact that we watched it subtitled, and of course they don't speak Hungarian. But what you said about music, I find very, very interesting. You say that these hip hop rap artists that are really coming from the local milieu and the local community, and using this social media basically to get visibility. That this is a way of communicating between the urban and the rural communities, and probably it is a more effective way of getting people more socially aware of those regions which are backward developed or marginal or peripheral. So I wanted to ask you is how you chose the music? Were these tracks, these songs made actually from the local rappers? Were they gypsy rappers? What about the main theme song that the protagonist sings? How did you? Because you said that music for you is very important in this film, and I think that it's a great way of translating sensitivities and translating experiences of life basically between very socially very different people. So the ethics or filmmaker ethics comes up in this case. How did you ethically approach music you used in the film?
Wow, yeah, that was a very hard part of it. First, it was very interesting to me, like the hip hop culture, because it's a very rough way of making art, making music, and making poetry. Because hip hop is a very democratic way of making music. Because if you are poor, you still have the opportunity to make music. If you're that poor that you don't have the opportunity to buy a guitar, then you just download a YouTube bass, a hip hop beat from YouTube, and then you have the music. So the only thing that you have to do is to rap. So basically, it's free. So it's like very democratic, and nowadays is getting more and more popular in Hungary. I mean the genre, the hip hop genre, and I also find it interesting that when it started, I mean the hip hop culture, when it started at the beginning of the 90s in Hungary, it was like everything. It was like the copy of hip hop trends from the States. Like there was hip hop performers who were copying American hip hop trends, but that guy, I mean the real guy who started to inspiring me, he used the hip hop in a very authentic way, because he expressed his traumas, expressed his poorness, his position in his society. So it was very true. I found it very rough and very interesting in an artistic way also. So I always find that the hip hop music in Hungary during the 90s and the 2000s, it was something, not real. It was most of the time it was a copy of something, but he used it in a very authentic way. So that was the thing what started to inspiring me, and And the music, so that was a guy, his name is Adam, and that was a real hip-hop talent contest, I think in 2015 or maybe 16, when this guy appeared with his music, and it was very inspiring me to that time. So I in 2016 or 2017 I wrote to him, and I met him, and we started to travel together in Borsod country, and we started to collect common experiences, and I started to get know this kind of subculture and these friends and the places there they were going. So step by step I started to know something about this kind of musical culture. But when we arrived to that point that we have to create a music in the film, that was a very hard task, because at that point I didn't really want to use his music. I mean, I wanted to create something new, something authentic for the film, and it was also important that I wanted to create a musical subgenre which comes from the idea of stuttering, and it was a very interesting part, because a lot of thing in the cinematic language of the film comes from stuttering. Also the cinematic language, like Bogi mentioned, these kind of jump cuts, it comes from the idea of stuttering. And also the music, the subgenre of hip hop. So this kind of trap or scream trap or power trap, what it's in the film, the rhythmic of this kind of rapping is very similar to stuttering. You know, the break beats, this kind of little breaks, the continuing lines. So it's very similar to stuttering, and that was the idea, to use this kind of subgenre, this kind of trap. And it wasn't very hard to create the music. I mean, the beat of this song, that wasn't the hard part. The hard part was to create the lyrics, because there's a very important role of the lyrics in this story, because the lyrics is not just, you know, it's not just a lyrical function. It has a dramaturgical function, because in the lyrics appears that the main character's connection to his father. So it was very important to tell a story in the lyrics also. So basically the lyrics was the, let's say, the flashback part of the story. So we tried to write one song. I asked Adam, I mean the real character, to write a song what can fulfill this function, but it wasn't that good. So I tried to find someone from Borsod country who can create this kind of lyrics, and it was very, very hard, and we didn't really I didn't really have the solution. The thing is that Adam, the real characters, had a lot of lyrics, and in their original lyrics they had this kind of lines when he talked about the connection to his father, but it was only 1 or 2 lines, so not just a full song, not a full song, only just 1 or 2 lines. And I didn't want to, like, you know, recreate a song. Like, I didn't want to make a collage of it by myself, because I found it disrespectful. So we started to recreate somehow this kind of function when there is the trauma inside of the lyrics. But it was a very hard story to find it. And Bennett wrote a part of it. The main character wrote a part of it, and it was a great but it was great. But still, we missed something, and then I call Závoda Péter, who is a very famous hip hop artist and a poem writer also in Hungary, and he also wrote one part of the song, so one I call it one verse of the song, but we still miss the part when the main character talk about the trauma. So I called Adam, the real character, and asked him if I can recreate his words and make a collage, let's say, of his old lines. So basically, that's how the song born.
So if I understood it correctly, Szilárd, then this song has like at least 4 composers or 4 writers.
Exactly, 4, yes. Yes. Monster of Frankenstein. Yeah.
Any other questions?
Oh, yes, I would also like to add something. Maybe it's a little bit too off from the practical filmmaking, but it occurred to me that Deleuze, the French philosopher, has a text about stuttering, specifically where he so basically by stuttering you do a minor. You make a minor language use, so which is the creative act, and also he speaks about poetic speech, which is if we consider the lyrics of hip hop or rap, many will not agree that it's poetic speech, but the way they use the language is pretty much into this, how he conceives the minor language as of stuttering. But this is too theoretical, and anyway the film is done, so this is like a post intervention. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, but but I think it's very interesting. I mean, it's very important because when you think about a dialogue, you always think about the symbolic meaning of the dialogue. I mean, the language of it, the symbolic language of it. But when you have a stutterer character, there's not just the symbolic parts of the dialogues, but the physical parts. And it's always in this film, the physical part was much more interesting than the symbolic way, because most of the times when you watch a scene with a dialogue, you can watch it basically without the picture. You can just read the subtitles because it's just language, and you understand the language. There's the symbolic way of understanding. But I found it very interesting that it's not only symbolic way, but it's physical. So it's always a huge stake. It's always a huge task for him to say a sentence, to express himself, and it's always a physical act. And I think as an actor, it was a very, very interesting task also. It's always a huge question for an actor that, okay, there is this sentence, and I understand this sentence, but how should I say this sentence? It's very important that what is the subtext of this sentence? How do I feel when I say this sentence, and what is the meaning of this sentence? Is always a big question when when I talk to actors. But in this case, it was very interesting that the subtext or the text wasn't really interesting. The most important thing was the act, the physicality of the language, and it's something what is very cinematic, that you have the physical presence of the language, not just the symbolic. And yeah, I found it very interesting.
Was Bennett stuttering between takes? I'm just, curious because like he's a professional actor, so he's not a natural stutterer. And
No, it's not.
How it was for him, like.
You mean the process to learn it?
Yeah, and also like I imagine that if you're stuttering all day, on the set, it's not so easy to get out of it, is it?
No, it's not. Yeah, it was always a couple of hours or maybe some days, so he can get rid of this this speech impediment. Because the thing is, it was interesting, the preparing process of it, because it's always a big question if we start to talk about a character that how could we create this kind of character, and we didn't really want to use like how to say it, a fake stuttering, like theater stuttering thing. We wanted to keep it real, but I had no idea how to do it. And then we started to work with a speech therapist, and weeks just passed and we didn't really found a solution. But then I somehow asked that what is the experience of a stutterer, and he said that it's very similar to when you have I don't know how to say it in English, but görcs, when you have this muscle
muscle contraction
freeze, muscle contraction, yeah, maybe when you have this, and the stutterer has the same feeling somewhere here, at the tongue or the throat, somewhere here. And so the task was this, for Bennett to somehow teach this kind of thing to his muscles. And I found it interesting because it's like when you start to learn to use an instrument, like if you start to learn play on a piano, and if you start to learn a change of an accord, and you don't succeed, and you can do it, and somehow there's a point when you can do it, and then you have this move, and then this move get into your muscle memory, and then you can recreate it. So the task was to make this kind of I don't know how to say, freeze to his muscle memories, to create this kind of speech impediment very, I don't know, authentic way. Yeah.
I just really need to say again something which is parallel,
sure,
in a way, but the way you were explaining made me think of I read an article about the difference between women who were raped and those who remained with a serious traumatization experience, and those who were of course hurt, but could somehow process it and get on with it. And it seems that one crucial difference between the two categories was the way they actually felt frozen or their muscles contracted. So those who did not have the capacity to, scream, to shout, to move while being raped, those were the ones who became the most traumatized. And those who had even the slightest possibility to somehow oppose or, decontract their bodies, the chances of very, very serious post-traumatic stress syndrome decreased with this element. So this is, pure medical science. It's not art or anything. But it's really, really interesting to see how it gave, it gave birth to a beautiful artistic method, so to say, in your film.
Yeah, it's interesting, yeah. The trauma staying inside of yourself when you can't express it and can't get rid of it, it just stays inside. Yeah. Yeah, and that was the question, that how can you get rid of it through some kind of I don't know how to say, some kind of an artistic way. And I think for sure it's a very naive solution that I mean, in the movie, that you have the opportunity to sing the song, or to perform your song once in your lifetime. It won't change your life, it won't change your trauma, but at least you get control of your trauma. You have the experience that you can control your trauma at least once in your life, and it's something. It's really something.
Well,
Because,
even if I was a director, I couldn't have, directed it in a better way, this whole discussion. So thank you so much.
thank you.
Yeah. Maybe Zsolt.
I don't know if we have a time for a quick question. I wanted to ask you, Szilárd, about the creation of this film. I know that one of the producers of your film was András Muhi, who's been in the production business for quite a long time. He had an immense impact, and his services to the Hungarian film independent film industry, or semi-independent film industry, has been great. And if I know well, his project with you in Larry was one of his last. As a producer, he has retired, being unable to cooperate with the tasks of filmmaking. So how do you remember working with him? What was it like? Why is he such a important, or why was he such an important person for Hungarian film, and in general a good soldier of cinema? I mean, I don't want you to start gossiping about him. It's just, I think he.
No,
he also...
I get it, but it's still a huge question. I always love to spend time with him because he's a very interesting character, and he's a really he's a real filmmaker in a very European way. And it's the situation of the producers in Hungary in nowadays and in the last 15 years is getting harder and harder, because I didn't want to really dig deep into this story, because it's not the part of the topic and it's maybe boring, but the meaning of being a producer, it's a very it's not an easy job. And he did it in a very European way, because I think that he has a very good cinematical taste. He knows how to create a film, not just in a creative way, but in a production way also. So let's say in a financing way or in a political way. And I think this is the definition of a real good producer, to understand and understand the artistic way, and to have the ability to build the artistic way also, but know the production part, and know the European film market also, know the festivals, know the managers of the festivals, and the way to how to put your cinema into European film markets and cinemas. So it's a very complicated profession, I think, and I think there is always less and less these kind of European point of view in the producer's profession now in Hungary. So I think that's how. But I think that he will make more movies if he had the opportunity.
So I think what we can do is, cheering and hoping for the best for the filmmakers, for the producers, and on our part, what we can help with is, organizing such discussions and thinking about the good films you are making, and that's how we can contribute. So I think Bogi will close our discussions, but I really want to thank you for being so generous with your time and your thoughts.
Well, thank you for having me.
Yeah, so thank you for being here. I think we had a very, I'm always exploring new things about Larry, and it was very lovely to have you here, and we wish you luck for your next project. Huge luck, and I hope you can find finance.
And there's always the tricky part.
Okay, so should we take a break?
Yes, I think we can take like a 10 minutes break, and thank you again so much, Bogi too, for organizing it, and Szilárd too.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. Have a nice day.
Have a nice
day.
Bye.
Viszlát.
Viszlát.
Szia, Mona! Nagyon jó, hogy megérkeztél, örülünk neked.
Sziasztok, hello! Kipróbálhatom-e, hogy még emlékszem-e a Zoom megosztásra?
Abszolút. Igen.
Úgy rájöttem, hogy totál elfelejtettem.
Ez most melyik platform is? Abszolút. Tehát így vagyok én is, hogy mikor reggel vagy délbe bejöttem, akkor legelső az volt, hogy hol? Mit kell ezen csinálni?
De ez annyira tényleg fantasztikus, hogy milyen gyorsan el lehet felejteni. Igen, azért nem ilyen gyorsan tanultuk meg.
Jelzi a fontosságát is egyúttal.
Hello, sziasztok!
Ki fogok lépni, mert most már nagyon régóta itt csörgök, begyűltek a dolgok, de nem azért, mert nem érdekes, amit mondsz. Biztos érdekes.
Igen, bocsánat, hogy nem tudtam eddig jönni, mert ilyen bonyolult nap volt, úgyhogy...
Nálad is.
De, igen, biztos mindenkinek nehéz így a...
De jó látni téged kicsibe, és zoomolni.
Igen, majd aztán jövök Kolozsvárra, úgyhogy akkor többet találkozunk.
Akkor élőbe.
Igen. Szia, Juli,
próbálgass ki azt a vetítést.
Igen.
Szia, Juli, szia!
Na, akkor ugye bemegyek a share,
Igen, a share screenbe, és ott elvileg meg kell, hogy jelenjen egy csomó
Igen.
kis
Tehát, hogyha ki
ablak
van
neked.
ugye?
Meg is jelent, minden rendben van.
Várjál, és akkor most még rálépek a teljes...
Igen, azt próbáljuk ki, hogy mennek-e könnyen a szlájdok, mert volt olyan előadó, akinél csak akkor ment gördülékenyen, hogyha nem nagyította ki, hanem ebbe a kisebb nézetbe maradt
ez a
bent.
slideshow-ba megyek, igen, oké, ugye? És akkor most
És
ez
akkor próbálj meg lépegetni, lássuk, hogy
megy
látom.
tovább?
Megy, most ment. Jó, oké.
Akkor még csak
Rendben,
azt, hogy
rendben.
magunkat hogy tüntetem el, hogy lássam ezt mert jel, hogy
Hát az egy nehezebb, ki tudod vinni, hogyha
várjál, ilyen picike,
rákattintasz.
oké, jó,
Igen,
tudom.
tehát
Jó,
azt tudod
megvan,
megcsinálni.
Jó, köszi nagyon. Akkor, és most várjál, hogy is kell kilépnem viszont.
Egy iszképpel én szerintem,
Ja,
de nem biztos, hogy igen, nem biztos, hogy ki kell lépni. Ki akarsz lépni?
Ja, nem, akkor így hagyhatom már?
Szerintem persze,
jó,
hát most már te fogsz következni. A lengyel kollega, akivel közösen vagytok, Jákub, nem tudom, hogy miért nem érkezett meg, és az a baj, hogy nem is nagyon tudok vele másképp. E-mailen nem írt semmit, megpróbálok ráírni most. Nem kellett volna egész mostanáig megérkezzen, neki ő is tanított, úgyhogy részben ezért is kerültetek ő egy projekt koncepciót mutatna be, egy nagyon-nagyon izgalmas ilyen trauma és filmkutatási projektet. Karolina, aki a lapszámnak, tehát a trauma lapszámnak a koncepcióját és a felhívását mutatja be, ő viszont itt van. Úgyhogy most ráírok Jákubra, ha véletlenül nem érkezik meg, mert valami közbe jött neki, akkor meghallgatunk téged, és akkor utána Karolina bemutatja a trauma lapszámnak a felhívását, jó? És akkor körülbelül ezzel így. És nagyon szépen köszönjük, Móna, mert itt közben látod, rögzítünk is, de elsősorban ilyen archiválási céllal, tehát hogy egy privát linken, ahol igazából azért, hogyha tovább gondolkozunk valamiben, akkor az itt elhangzott dolgokat tudjuk felidézni. Megadták a kabosok itt Kolozsváron ezt a lehetőséget, nagyon hálásak vagyunk, azt mondták, hogy rögzíthetik, és akkor azt mondtuk, hogy kérjük ezt a verziót. Jó?
Jó, na jó,
ezt csak azért mondom.
Engedlek,
Igen. Ezt csak azért mondom, Mona, hogy majd, hogyha kedved lesz, akkor nyugodtan belenézhetsz, hogy mi történt még itt déli egy órától. Ennyi előnye van,
jó
tudod?
lesz, igen, nagyon jó lesz, köszi.
Na jó, akkor mindjárt látjuk megint
mindjárt
egymást.
Találkozunk.
Hello,
Igen, szia.
Hi, Jakub. Nice to see you.
Hi, Andrea.
Okay, so it was just now that I was discussing with Monica that whether something occurred to you, some problem happened. So it's great.
I just forgot that we are in 2 different time zones.
But it's great, you are absolutely in time. And I was telling Monica, your co-panelist colleague, that we recorded it for private use or for the group's use the whole day. So it's been in English the whole day. So if you will have time and interest, then you just can watch it. It will be a private YouTube link.
I would like to.
Okay.
If I have some time, then I'd like to see the other papers.
Yeah.
They really sound interesting to me. Thank you.
Okay, so we now take a short 2 to 3 minutes break and then we'll start. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Okay, so thank you all of you for coming back for this last and final effort to listen to some more perspectives and different vistas in what concerns traumas, collective traumas, their cultural representation, and specifically the medial specificities, the mediatization processes that traumas are subjected to, or traumas go through, or how traumas are processed. And in this last session, we will listen to Monika Danel from Eötvös Loránd University in Budapest, and then to Jakub Gortat from University of Łódź in Poland. And finally, we will have Karolina Koszyńska's presentation of Kvartalnik film movie and its special issue on trauma and film. So basically, this is what we hope to achieve in the next 1 hour. And without further ado, please, Mona, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Wendy, and hi, everyone. And okay, so my screen is shared. You can see it, right?
Yes, it's okay.
Okay, so yeah, and you can hear me as well, because sometimes I talk so not so loud. Okay, so I think my subtitle is much more important as the main title. So right now I am very interested how to teach and or to address such kind of trauma representations and yeah, stories. So hopefully I will arrive to this part of my presentation, because it will be at the end. So yeah, but it will be a very little contribution. So sorry for this in advance. Okay, so now I cannot move. Oh no, okay, yeah. So here are my let's say a very small background or my backgrounds, theoretical and my focuses. So I don't want to read this part, but you are all we are aware how this kind of renationalization and remasculinization processes are going in the present in our Eastern European side. So it's really dangerous, I think, and this kind of processes somehow affects gender relations in particular. So this is why is it important to talk about it. So this kind of so consequently, it is emerging as important to analyze and politicize the multiple forms of subordinations and dominations. And rape, on one hand, rape expressed the power of domination exercised by man over woman. On the other hand, is an experience imposed on an embodied subject, a violent sexual assault that is in its corporeal nature destabilizes the intersubjective personhood of the victim. So this is the two axes of about the rape in my focus. So the true rape representations as a form of power domination. I am interested how the positions of femininity and masculinity are constructed in these films, which I will show you later. And also I am very interested what kind of coping strategies are employed by the victims. So from the afterlife perspective, from the post-traumatic methodology and language, what kind of language they have, if they have. So, and the third line is as rape as an embedded experience. So the depicted rape in various cinematic styles, how confronts us with our embedded spectatorship. So yeah, we can talk here about an embedded spectatorship. And finally, because I teach or I try to address this kind of such kind of movies in my teaching practice. So why and how this is I am interested in this process. So and here are my keywords are somehow this kind of compassion, to create somehow compassion, which is, in my opinion, is not enough. This is why I used the term solidarity, because comparing compassion and solidarity, I think that compassion is about ourselves, but solidarity is somehow it's an acting emotion. So it's kind of social emotion, socialized emotion somehow. Yeah. And also to develop a vocabulary language for for such difficult topics. So I think it's very important, and also to stress the awareness, because how I started this kind of past is not just in past, but sometimes it looks like it will be in our future. So these are my movies, my films, but I will talk just about Munju's movie, very short. But these I will hopefully one time I will be able to write an article about these movies. So these all are set in Romania, but that to Rina and Munju's film is directed by Romanian directors. And the Katalin Varga is directed by Peter Strickland, who is an Englishman, and Szabolcs Hajd is a Hungarian director. So, but the Bibliothèque Pascal, as you very well is set in Transylvania and in England also. Yeah. So I will talk about Munju's movie, which is probably everybody watched several times. So I don't will tell the story. And here my keywords are. But I try to rethink this film from the situation from the perspective of the rape. So from the rape situation, how it looks. So the keywords are rape, decision, if we can call it in this way, and no vocabulary and silence. So these are 4 terms here. So just very short. It's about controlled intimacy, about illegal abortion, and yeah, we can talk about as an inherited trauma, even from the next generation perspective. So yeah. So sorry if somebody didn't see this film, but I think that it's a very well-known film, and I don't want to spend spend the time with telling the story, but it's about an illegal abortion situation. So 2 girls is an unwanted pregnancy, and they try to get an illegal abortion. So yeah, and this kind of illegal situation in my I think this sentence is essential, that the illegal black market makes victims even more vulnerable. So and this film is a very good example for this. And because it's a Hikathnon here and now situation, and the rules are created inside of this kind of situation. So it's very dangerous. Yeah. And now from the perspective how it looks this rape situation in this film. So from the Mr. Bebe perspective, so that this kind of how this kind of masculinity is constructed in this film. So in my opinion, he is an ordinary man. So it's not a diabolic or person. So it's like an ordinary man who a male person who has mother and children. So and he cares about her mom, even in a very strange way. But somehow he has this familiar and genealogical structure, and his language is very, very interesting in Romanian, because he very fast changes from the polite version to the blackmail or perversive and aggressive talk. So he very, very fast changes these attitudes linguistically, and this kind of I found very interesting, this kind of paternalism, which is formulated by Ioana Oricaru in her article, that after the sexual abuse, he talks to Gabita like he starts to talk to in a father like mode. So it's very, very strange, this shift between attitudes. So and let's look the visual composition, how the film creates this rape situation. So it's in this film the rape is not a dramatic scene. So it's very important that it's not doesn't appear as a dramatic scene, because we don't see the sexual act itself, but visually it's very important, how interesting how it is composed. So in this slide we can see this triangle composition. So and the variation of this triangle of the persons. So and this in the second and the third and the fourth image, the Mr. Bibi isn't there, but somehow his absence remains in a visual, because we were somehow educated by the triangle that he is there, so remains in a visual structure and not just in the room, but in the girl's body. So it's, yeah, and this kind of using this off-screen spaces technique. So when one girl is raped, then the other is staying in the bathroom. So this is very similar. Visual is a very similar structure. So yes, the things that are absent from the film are just as meaningful as those that are present. So this kind of off-screen space using off-screen spaces also enforces viewers' bodily immersion, because we must to imagine somehow what is not shown. So yeah, and the camera stays with that girl who is not in the other room. So but this kind of similarity makes that they are like interchangeable. So and somehow this also this kind of visual structure creates this female alliance. So yeah, and lastly, I want to somehow focus on the last scenes in the film. So these are the two last images, and they are so they Ottilia says that we are never going to talk about this. Okay, so this is the summa after the event. So, and what we can understand through this movie. So, the father, who is the father? It's an absolutely off topic. So it's a completely missing subject. So it's not, yeah, it's it's a missing subject. So and yeah, abortion is a female problem. And remains a female problem because the male and female words are so divided. If you remember the scene between Adi and Ottilia in Adi's room, how they speak, and yeah, so it's a very, very complex scene, but yeah, somehow it's unshareable experience and unspeakable experience from the female side, what happened before. But this divided world creates somehow this such kind of female solidarity, so an alliance, because they have this common life experience. So this, yeah, this is yeah. I stop here, and so this is also, they have this kind of mutual secret. So, and they don't have language and vocabulary, and their coping strategies the silence. So yeah, it's really, but the film as a medium creates a discursive and poetic and emotional space. So we somehow mediates this topic, and yeah, it's a question even if maybe it's the trauma. So and for this is important in the last image, that this kind of metaleptic gaze that Ottilia looks to the viewers, so somehow mobilizes this kind of compassion and solidarity. So I always I tried so I watched several times this movie, so and I don't have answers for this kind of or complex problem. I cannot resolve it. So this how to pay with your own body helping a friend. So this what happened there. So somehow such a decision is difficult to comprehend, but by its incomprehension we can understand the nature and the logic of such dictatorial regimes. So sometimes the incomprehension is also very important, because we can understand other layers. And finally, some teaching issue. So I found this book very useful. This teaching about rape in war and genocide, edited by Carol Rittner and John K. Rose. So and I completed with my own experiences. So the first question is why teach or why to address, but the most important is how to teach. So and I have here some thoughts. So first, rape is not a woman issue, but a pressing concern for all people. So we need to be aware about this. So somehow in my experience or teaching process, I try to create a shared event to rewatch the movie with my students, and my position. So I am not a teacher in this discussion. I try to restructure the room and so on. And yeah, it was a long process to be aware of the gender dynamics of the class, including how how I fit in as an instructor. So and to be aware about my male students. So because it's sometimes it's very important to not. I will skip because it's on the next slide. So it's crucial to develop the vocabulary, so to have a language about this kind of topics, and to create a shared language, and yeah. So and yes, the next, so to be aware of our own discomfort with certain words and images. So this is also very important. Can I use what can I say some words or not? So yeah, this is also a long reflecting process. And why is important? So I think that the students should also be encouraged to make direct and intellectually challenging links between their here and the subjects there. So to connect somehow to their present. Yeah, and this is also very, I think, very useful list. What we need to try to avoid. So to not extremize. So because if something is extremes can generate the dangerous idea that the rape is something other, which never really happens here, but only in distant rape-prone cultures. So this we need to avoid this. The eroticism, there's the other try to avoid. So de-eroticize rape as reveal its violence and suffering. So that's very important from the body aspect. Yeah, and to avoid somehow pathologizing masculinity as a whole. So to avoid this kind of pathologizing, because it's very could be very create negative sense for male students. So I need to confess that sometimes in my earlier career I made this kind of feminist mistake. So yeah. And it also is important to not cultivate distress. So yeah, and yeah, it's also good teaching and learning carefully informed and affect students while aiming to encourage them and give them analytical and practical skills they need to join to struggle to prevent rape and sexualized violence. And I can add that somehow it's very necessary to reflect how we can be solidar or act in different when it is a must action. So yeah, and thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Mona. I think that's been not only insightful but quite helpful for us, all of those of us who are teaching such hard subjects. And I think we can go on with Jakub's presentation because there are certain links, I think, between your approaches, and then we can address them in the discussion part.
Thank you, Andrea. Thank you for invitation. I'm glad I can be here, and sorry for not attending the previous sessions because I had classes today. So thank you for recording the session. I'm going to watch all the contributions next week. And let me try to share my screen. Yeah. Can you see it? Okay, thanks. Then, just a second. Okay, here we go. So this is a presentation about a project that is a kind of work in progress. I am a scholar who has worked for several years on representation of National Socialism in the German-speaking countries. So the problem of trauma is a kind of new field of my research that I have been occupied with for about 2 or 3 years. And the project that you can see here, Feeling Trauma, this paper presents just the outline of a project that I'm preparing. And this project should examine the role of fiction films in the process of dealing with trauma originating in the communist regimes of 4 Central and East European countries. And I selected 4 countries: Germany, Poland, Romania, and the Czech Republic. Of course, I am aware that this kind of study could be applied to the representation of numerous kinds of trauma, not only those related to the victims of communism. However, I think that the contemporary studies on trauma focus mainly on the genocides, above all the Holocaust, as well as other aspects related to human history, such as slavery, colonialism, wars, sexual violence, and catastrophes. But I think that there is not so much literature on the traumas of communism in general. So what I refer to in the first place is a statement of Anne Kaplan, who starts her analysis of post-traumatic films with a statement that to define other events that affected the whole communities as non-traumatic would not seem to be justified either. So in the case of the communist past and the trauma that originated here in those 4 countries and in many other countries in Central and Eastern Europe, these acts embrace such oppressive actions as putting on trial, incarceration, kidnapping, isolation, surveillance, wiretapping, tracking, threats, blackmail, as well as many other methods that were aimed at breaking the spirit of an individual or gaining control over a group. So in consequence, those actions eroded the human relations and groups such as family or partnership. So the traumatic events that I'm talking about can be called, after Laura Brown, insidious trauma, because it is a trauma whose effects do not have to be evident at the given moment. I mean that the effects of the oppressive acts can occur with a delay, and they can embrace a very wide range of oppressive acts. So it's not only the physical violence and not whose effects can be seen immediately, but many other acts that I just mentioned, whose effects can be discerned later. The research questions that I'm asking are how does a film show trauma, how does it tell, and what does it know about the gap that both preserves the traumatic event and withholds it? So this is the aspect that very often shows up when we talk about trauma. This is the so-called dialectic of trauma. On the one hand, the trauma, every trauma tries to, the victim of a trauma tries to forget it, repress this reality. And this is the conflict between the will to deny those events that have taken place before, and on the other hand, the will to proclaim them loud. So many authors, many contributors to the trauma studies emphasize that trauma cannot be represented, followed, or translated. The vocabulary is very rich here. However, those scholars indicate that the literature and film have their own means to talk about trauma, and the perfect way to do it as the modernist literature or modernist film, because this kind of films, they have some tools, I mean stylistic devices to talk about trauma. And I mention here several contributors like Kaplan, Lockhurst, Kuehne, or Joy. So this dialectic, in my opinion, can be solved. And the solution that I have proposed is that in order to comprehend a traumatic event is to feel it. So the feeling of a traumatic event is the key to the comprehension of the event itself. So what I propose is a combination of 2 very important film theories. On the one hand, it is the senses film theory that we probably know from literature, with Vivian Sobczak being the most prominent representative. And on the other hand, the cognitive film theory, and especially the so-called embodiment approach, or the problem of the embodied cognition of film. So what I consider is the conviction of the film's ability to develop a language that translates trauma to the audience through affects. So this approach that is based on affect is the key category that I try to employ. So on the one hand, this sensus film theory that is embodied in the phenomenological approach, combined with the cognitivist theory, suggests that watching films may facilitate the development of embodied simulation and imaginative simulation. And just one more remark comes from Rosenstone, who wrote several articles and monographs on the historic cinema. And he claims that historical films can make us not just see the past, but they can give us a feeling of living in a past reality. They can connect reality and emotions through processes of narrative identification. So the very strong focus on emotion, on affects, on the way how we feel in the film is precisely the main advantage of film as the medium that can translate the past reality to us by means of the effects. So one of the key categories that I use is also the empathy. We need to have some characters in a fiction film that we can empathize with. So this empathy is the experience of the embodied mind of the other. We can imagine how a person can feel and what he or she thinks. And this empathy involves a special kind of experiential understanding that can be understood as knowledge by acquaintance. And in this regard, I just need to emphasize that the psychoanalytic film theory is not the one that I chose. This theory is oriented at identification, and this is a term that I'm not convinced of, because I rather talk about empathy. We do not have to identify with a character in a way that we agree with his or her actions or feelings, but still we can imagine how this person, this character feels in particular scenes and situations described, well, depicted in the film. So this is the plan how to do it, the proposition of a plan. The first step is the textual film analysis in order to see how the film is constructed, how the style contributes to our mood, and the mood that is perceived in a metaphorical way. I mean, such visual metaphors that are the key aspects to feel the film, and the stylistic means embrace such aspects as lighting, colors, types of shots, camera movements, depth staging, sound, deformation of image, and many other facts that are obvious in a classical film analysis. It is important to discover which scenes particularly have the potential to generate a very emotional response among the viewers. So this textual analysis is the first step to think in what kind of situations the audience can feel in a very powerful way. So the first it is the style, and then the characters who are crucial. So in this aspect, I agree with Murray Smith, for whom the characters are crucial in this empathy process. And the other another author that I agree with is Noel Carroll, who states that characters are the most integral factor in establishing the spectator's moral perspective on the action. So the character opens any way in our moral judgment of the story presented in a film. And the scenes of empathy that take place when we watch a character. This is a term coined by Plantinga, who claims that those scenes are constructed in a classical way of shot reverse shot. We see something happening, and then we watch the reaction of a character, and this is the way that we can empathize with a character. So I'm going to focus on the stories, on the style, on the characters, on the dramaturgy. I have to decide if the traumatic events serve just a backdrop for the characters, or do they determine the narrative of the film. Then the motivations, the relations between the characters, and this is the classical analysis of the characters that can be found in any textbook for students. Here I refer to German authors, Beil, Kühnel, Neuhaus, and Jens Ehrer, who offer a very complex typology of the film characters. And then the second part is the empathy, how to measure, how to judge the empathy, how we as the audience react to the films. And I need to concentrate on two aspects. There are several authors who claim that there are two ways of empathy, two types. The first one is the so-called lower level empathy. It is automatic, preconscious, and uncontrolled, or in other ways, somatic or embodied. This type of empathy refers to the processes that we cannot control. If we, for example, startle or cry or tremble or sweat during watching a film, this is the kind of empathy that we cannot control. It is sometimes stronger than our conscious behavior during the film screening. On the other hand, we have the second type, the higher level empathy. It is, in contrary, very conscious and controlled. And how to study it? The first aspect, this lower level empathy, I think that there are some neuroscientific tools, for instance, EEG, skin conductivity, or heart rate, that can give us any hint about the way a viewer reacts to a film. So we need to find out how the viewers react on the preconscious automatic level. And this is called in psychology and in psychopathology, trauma film paradigm. It is used, it has been used since the 1990s in psychopathology. Scholars just show some short films containing very stressful scenes, and they use those tools to measure the reactions of the bodies of the viewers. On the other hand, I'd like to study the higher level empathy too. And the way to do it are the interviews, because we need to find out how the viewers speak about the films with their own words, how they name the emotions they felt, how they feel after watching the film, how which scenes in their opinion were very moving. So this is the second method that complements, that completes the first one. And in the end, we need to compare those two types of data in order to answer the question if or how the viewers feel the trauma. And the last aspect is the reception by the critics. I take the view that the reviews in press or in other media, online media, are also crucial to understand the public reception, because without the reconstruction of wide-ranging reception, our analysis would be incomplete. And it is very important in the case of the films that I'm going to study, or in the case of other films that deal with a cultural trauma, because films dealing with such a kind of trauma, they should occupy a space in the public sphere. They refer to events that are very important in the histories of the local community of the countries, like Poland or Germany or Romania or Czech Republic and Hungary, many others, because those were cultural traumas, and films dealing with them should occupy a space in the public sphere. They should be recognized, they should be noticed by the critics, and they should be reviewed. So in the project that I'm going to apply for, I selected 6 films. 2 are from Germany, Nachschuss, The Last Execution, and Barbara. 2 films from Romania, Metronome and Arrest. 1 film from Poland, Leave No Traces, and 1 film from Czech Republic, Fair Play. because those films were aimed at attracting an international response. They were shown either at European film festivals, or they were selected to represent the given country in the Oscar competition. And all of them were made after 2010, because I think, to refer to Aleida Assmann, that we need to have a gap, an interval of about 20 years after the collapse of the communism, in this case, after the traumatic event took place. So why is it significant? Why is it important, at least to me, and how could this project contribute to the state of arts? I think that the observation of affects and body reactions is a method independent from the controversies on translatability of trauma. And in this regard, we could propose a solution in understanding the trauma that evades this dialectic of trauma, the conflict of representation. And we have those tools that are very popular in the cognitive psychology. They are used very seldom in classical film analysis. However, they can unveil a lot of useful data. Third aspect is filling a gap in the research of communist past. I think it is still a gap. Those films still have to be acknowledged and recognized. And this area of trauma still is overshadowed by the research of other traumas, first of all, the Holocaust. It is not the competition of victims, it is a kind of a different aspect that I'd like to focus on. And here there is quite recently, I established a contact with a German professor, Monika Zuckfüll, and she has conducted a similar study. However, she tried to measure the body reactions of the audience who watched a very short film. It is an 8-minute film, Father and Daughter, produced in 2000. It won the Oscar in 2001 for the best short-length animation film. A very sad film that presents a story of departure of a father and a daughter who misses him for her entire life. So this Professor Zuckfüll, she studied the reactions of the audience, however, in a laboratory. And in my project, I'd like to provide the viewers with conditions very similar to the experience of watching a film in a movie theater room. So, so that the viewers do not feel as though they were in a lab, but under normal conditions of watching a film. And the other aspect that I think is novel in my project proposal is a very complex film analysis that goes beyond the mere measurement of body reactions, because it focuses also on the textual film analysis and the reception by professional critics. So it should be a very complex and thorough analysis that focuses on the text, on the style, on the narrative, on the reception, and on the empathy, meaning both the uncontrolled and controlled empathy among the contemporary viewers. It has a lot of issues that I'm not going to discuss today due to the time limitation, but it's still a work of progress with some technical issues that have to be cleared. But anyway, I think that it is feasible to conduct such a study, given the period of 5 years that I plan, and given the possibility of having an international team that could work together on all of these films in 4 countries at the same time: in Romania, in Poland, in Germany, and in the Czech Republic. I think I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So please, Do you have any kinds of comments or questions related to these two presentations, which in a way both relate to feeling trauma, but put the question through quite different methods, so to say? I was wondering, Mona, you mentioned all those different policies and methods that should be taken into consideration when working with rape in the classroom. And my question is, which one of those aspects were really pertinent in your classes? Which were the hardest to address, and why? Why do you think those were quite sensitive or problematic issues that were hard for you as a teacher and your students as students to relate to, or to express, to articulate?
Actually, I teach only this 4 months, 3 weeks in my classes or courses. So the others, it would be too much, you know. Or sometimes I was teaching also the Bibliothèque Pascal. So, but it's very different because of the stylization. So yeah, but so I can talk about just about this Monjos. Somehow they are shocked. Which is good in a way. So, but I was also surprised that sometimes they don't realize that both girls are raped. So, and this is why it's so important to show this kind of visual, you know, to analyze the visual structure. And the similarities. So because if they don't understand the language or somehow because it's too fast or not, they are not so focused. They are not so focused what is about but about they talking. So then the visual structure tells you so that the both are and then they realize that that Ottilia is also raped. Then yeah, it's another level of discussion in a discussion. So yeah, this I think this is a very good movie in the sense that we don't see the rape scene, you know, and that I think it's good because yeah, it's not pleasant to watch a rape. And somehow it's I can relate to Jakub's work because I was writing this kind of de-dramatization. So sometimes this kind of silence and just not moving the scene and not showing nothing, just a face. So it's much more intensive as watching a rape situation. So yeah, but in this film are the aborted how we can call body or fetus, or I don't know how we call it. So it's is shown very long, and so that's yeah, that's also is a shocking. I think that's much more shocking scene in this film. Yeah, but the process is important in my experience, that because they don't realize at first glance that both are rape or somehow abuse, because it's also a very big question how we can call this action.
Yeah,
because it's they make a deal somehow.
So they pay, so to say,
yeah,
in
so
a very primitive manner.
Yeah, it's a decision. So, and yeah, so then goes deeper when we start to discuss about what we didn't see, so, and what happened exactly. So, yeah, but yeah, in my so my attitude is somehow, I try to, I think the empathy is a very good term, and compassion. So yeah, but I was thinking very so I think it's not enough, this kind of viewer attitude, you know, this kind of empathy. It's a very basic and very important, but somehow we need to connect this empathy to the acting solidarity, because in social life, this kind of empathy is not enough. Sometimes we need to act yes, or not act, but no, hopefully you can understand. So yeah, and yeah, in my so I am very aware in this, that I try to create this let's say social attitude through to create this kind of social attitude regarding themselves, you know, as female students or girls, as female bodies, controlled or not controlled, and to create this kind of reflexivity, and yeah, and hopefully to mobilize solidarity. Yeah, so I don't know if I answered your question.
Yes, I thank you. Yes, please, Orsi.
I was wondering whether any of you is doing anything with the concept of witnessing or testimony. And the reason I'm asking is that in literature on historic events and dealing with historic evidence, there is this difference between eyewitnessing, which can make claim to objectivity and can be verified, and so-called flesh witnessing, which is a type of embodied witnessing, where you can't really provide objective epistemological proof, but you bear witness with your flesh, for example, with war veterans bearing the signs of their physical trauma. And the reason I'm asking was that listening to Jakub made me, about the way you talked about the film being capable of creating this embodied experience or reaction. Could there be made an argument that the film as a medium is somehow capable of bridging the two types of witnessing? Just a thought that I was exploring while listening to you. It's not really a question. But the question is whether the concept of witnessing or testimonial does anything for your research.
Thank you for the comment. Of course, witnessing is very important category, and it is another advantage of film that it contributes to this witnessing. We haven't experienced the past, but we can imagine and feel how it might have looked like. And I think in the case of traumatic film, there is this category of vicarious trauma proposed by Anne Kaplan, who says that the medium of film is the perfect tool to experience, and she uses the word experience. And it is important, especially in those cultural traumas, that the next generations, the younger generations, they know it from the books, but they cannot imagine how it was to live in the communist regime, or how it was like to survive a catastrophe or other disasters that had very traumatic impact. So it is a good medium to elaborate on the category of witnessing. I agree.
Yes, I think there is one more question, please.
Yes, hi. I wanted to ask Jakub about how do you want to select the viewers. So I understood that you are into those generations who have no experience of the communist period. So you are basically want to examine those who were, Z generation. So whom do you want to screen for your project?
Thank you. I'd like to collect a sample of people, 25 people in each country, even 100 people in total in all 4 countries. And I'd like to invite anyone interested in the study, however, born after 1989, so that those people have no personal experience of this reality. And on the other hand, it is also, I have thinking about it for a long time, and there is another issue that I have to bear in mind, and it is the ethical issue that some people who had some experiences, maybe even traumatic experiences of the past, they might reject watching the film till the end. They might find some scenes particularly hard to watch, and they might react in a way that I could not predict. I mean, they might have suffer heart attack, for example. And a potential partner of this project, a professor from Czech Republic, from Olomouc, he has experience in interviews with the victims of the communism in Czechoslovakia. And he told me, and this was his advice, because when he talked with some victims about the past, and he mentioned a film, a contemporary drama on the consequences of trauma, and there was a character of a police officer in the secret service of Czechoslovakia, and when the name of this character was mentioned, this victim of trauma began to react very emotionally. So for the practical and ethical reason, I'm going to exclude this group of people, but this would be the only exclusion.
Yes, it's in a way, again, a side remark, but I think it's pertinent that in a film club where we were screening films for a totally different reason. One of the films had a Ukrainian subplot, but it was a subplot that I became totally, in a way, neutral to, even though there's the war ongoing in the next country. And one of the members of the group, it was a highly intellectual group, and one of the members was coming from Ukraine. And I was absolutely not, counting this element. But when the film, which in a way was a funny film, so it had a lot of humorous elements in it, and it was also a heroic narrative. I would have spoken about it if I had my presentation today, if I had made a better programming. But what happened is that when the screening stopped, this colleague of mine burst out into crying, and she was not the only one. So it turned out that there were Russian persons or Russian sympathizers in the room, and basically we had a crying party. And I was shocked, of course, because I am not prepared to manage such situation. I thought that we are having a film screening with researcher colleagues, and then we will discuss it. And of course, a very stimulating discussion followed. But before that, we had to manage this emotional aspect, which was purely and deeply human. But I was not prepared for this. So yes, I can absolutely agree with you that you can be, you can research collective trauma for 2 years and commit such a blunder in a way, and not be prepared to trigger such a strong, even I would say, yes, low level empathy, as you said, so bodily triggering from someone who is under the trauma of the war. So yes, I really don't want to end this session on a sad note, because after all, trauma teaches us, or studying trauma representation teaches us to be stronger in a way, I'd say. Yes, I think a lot of great insights today help us to be a bit more optimistic. I don't know if there are no more questions or remarks. Then I will just ask Carolina to close our workshop with the presentation of this issue. Yes, please, Carolina.
Okay, I will share my presentation. I am an editor-in-chief of the Polish film quarterly called Kwartalnik Filmowy, which can be translated into English as Film Quarterly. We are published by Institute of Art, Polish Academy of Sciences, and we are quarterly. So we prepare 4 volumes a year. And during the next few months, we'll be preparing quite interesting issues for you. And I would like to introduce the call for papers we have, because I think that it may be quite opening for the participants of this project. So few informations concerning our Kwartalnik. So we are a quarterly academic journal. It's an oldest film studies journal in Poland. We were published in the 50s and 60s. Then there was a break, and we came back with new edition in the beginning of the 90s. Last year we had the 30th anniversary of reactivation of Kwartalnik. And I can say that we are one of the most highly valued Polish journals concerning film and also culture, visual culture and media. Kwartalnik is published as the monographic volumes devoted to particular problems. So we have an open call, and you can always send us your contribution concerning any problem, any cinematic problem, but every issue has the dominant topic we want to tackle in. So we try to gather the articles concerning this topic. We accept articles in Polish and English, and we are published both on paper and online in fully open access. You can see the license we are using. So authors have all the rights, they can do whatever they want, but we insist to publish only the first time publications. Like we don't do translation in the very, like sometimes, but it's very rare we do translations, but we publish the original articles that were not published before. All the articles are peer-reviewed in a double-blinded mode. If we have articles in English, we send it to English-speaking experts. And we are operating through the open journal system, which is quite important and quite easy. Like it's allowing us to communicate with our authors and to manage our work in a quite comfortable way. I can send you. I can put the website address in chat, so you can just check it. We have, of course, Polish and English, Polish and English version of the website, and you have our email below. This is how we look like. The next slide. Oh, the last 4 issues. This is how it looks like on paper. And the issue Andrea would like me to focus on is the issue on trauma, which will be the issue published in spring next year. The deadline, as you see, is the beginning of December. But actually, I will try to talk about this issue in particular, but I would like to interest you and encourage you to take a look also at our other call for papers, the one we will be preparing before the trauma issue. One is empirical film studies, and it covers things like digital humanities, the quantitative methods, empirical methods, experimental research in film and media studies, machine learning, AI, so all these things that are now quite demanding and quite hot in our film studies environment. And the next one that may be very interesting for you, and I think it's linked with the topic of trauma as well, is the decolonization of film discourses. So we don't want really to focus on the question of colonization in the plot in the cinema, or how the colonization is portrayed in cinema, but we want to focus on colonization, self-colonization, and decolonization of the film discourses. So how we speak about regions, how we speak about the neglected or underprivileged areas, how we speak about in cinema about being divided, and how we use our own language that is not Anglo-Saxophone or Francophone our regional language, our regional discourse, to talk about cinema. So I think that may be quite interesting, especially if we think about these issues concerning how do we present ourselves in cinema, to be how we do present ourselves as a barbaria, to be devoured by the West, to be accepted by the West. And topic, the last one we think about preparing by now is the issue on trauma. So as you can see, we want to focus on, of course, on depicting of trauma in the film, but also about all the aspects of this depicting. So narrative aspects, structural, aesthetic, but also political, social, psychological. We want to focus on the role, the function, and the potential of film in representing and dealing with traumatic events, the ability of cinema or inability to show or to express trauma. We think about using the image instead of language, instead of words, to express things that are not expressible. And we want to cover all the aspects of it. So not only positive, like successful ways of depicting trauma, but also the failures, the negative aspects of showing the trauma. We think about a very special notion, which is traumatizing film. Not only the films that are like showing the trauma, but also the films that can be traumatizing for the audience. And what does it mean? How do we feel it? So the affects theory, the sensual theory, the audience studies, anthropological, ethnographical studies concerning these problems as well. And we think about the negation of narration or cinema. So about the situation when film as a medium negates or refuses to narrate, to speak. What do we have then instead of the story, of the narrative? What can we see if we don't have, if we have like a pure negation of the narrative? All the details, if you want to submit the articles, all the details you can find them on the on our website concerning the formatting of articles, and all these call for papers you can find there. Not only these little points, the possible scope of interest for these issues, but also more elaborate depiction of the issues we are planning to publish. And I think that may be very interesting. I will very warmly encourage you to publish with us, because I think that we should try to make connections between our regional research, based on our quite common experience. And I think that this kind of colonization discourses and trauma in Eastern and Central Europe may be very interesting for our region. I think that in the era of AI translation, we can also try to read each other, even if the articles are written in foreign languages. We don't have to rely on English, absolutely. I think this is it. This is quite a short presentation, but I think you can delve into our website and just look at the call for papers. If you have any questions, we will be happy to answer them. And that's it. I think that is enough. Okay.
Thank you, Karolina, so much again for, not only presenting your research, but also this great outlet for our own research. That's, I think, a wonderful opportunity. Does any one of us have any practical question to Karolina? I myself have looked at, of course, at Kvartalnik Filmovi, and I think everything is very, very clear on the website. So
okay,
it's
happy to hear that. Fine.
So if someone's really interested, then all the data you need to submit is absolutely there.
And of course, spread the word. Maybe there will be some people interested in submitting.
Okay, I thank you so much. And finally, we got to the end of this workshop, and I think I'm the happiest because my colleagues know that I've been cheering a lot for this to happen, and I'm happy that we made it. And I just want to share with you that we need and we are planning to publish a collective volume based on our group research, but we imagined it as having an introduction and then having pieces of ours. We really want to present a transcription of some of the interviews that we made with the filmmakers, but we are really interested in including volumes from colleagues, like-minded colleagues who have been interested in our work and with whom we have such kind of interfaces that would help this volume be a consistent one. So I will share with you a very minimal call for papers. In the first instance, and we've been thinking of approaching the a publishing house of our university, which is the best rated such publishing house in Romania for publishing in our field. So for us, it would be a great opportunity. But in case we feel like we have enough energy, of course, we can approach any of the big publishing houses. And as a matter of fact, I've seen on the internet that several trauma studies, transdisciplinary trauma studies, book series have been launched quite recently. So as a matter of fact, there are other outlets as well. So I'm just telling you that we really consider this as an open project. We will pursue it. So all of you are most welcome, most than welcome to be a part of it. This would mean committing to writing a chapter, study, and work with us in the coming year, more or less. So I don't think that I will write this short call for papers tomorrow. Tomorrow I will be quite happy to not do anything related to trauma processing. But I'll try to come back in the next 2 weeks with the recording link to our discussion today, and then with this short call for papers, and you'll see if you have. One more thing, we are not aiming to publish only first. Of course, if we are aiming to get to a great quoted publishing house, then we really need to aim for original articles. That's a must. But I'd say there are two different pathways, and we can pursue them both. In the case of our university publishing house, republishing of former journal articles is also a possibility. So, you know, my impression is that a comprehensive collective volume, as Carolina said, on our regions, and as all of you presented, on our regions, so many beautiful, in quotation marks, collective traumas, is not very frequent in a way. So I'd say it would make sense to have such a volume ready. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
It was a pleasure and a great intellectual travel for me. And I hope that you also enjoyed a bit and gained a bit out of our day together. And I wish you a pleasant evening.